to execution of their projects. And worse still, some of the delays are due to demands for kickbacks. It is imperative, therefore, the government leaders should take resolute action to deal with such vices. They debase the image of African nations and impede socio-economic transformation and development of our dear continent. It would be remiss of me in this regard if I did not recognize and commend His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for his determination and efforts to fight corruption in Nigeria. This is the right thing to do. I know it's not easy, and it is a fight that has a lot of challenges, a lot of ups and downs. It is not an overnight thing. It needs persistence, patience, perseverance, and continued support from everybody. I also commend Governor Nasir Ahmad El-Rufai for giving the fight against corruption the seriousness it deserves. Governor, keep up the good work and stay the course. Excellencies, I commend the Governor for conceiving a very attractive investments policy, which compares to any one finds in the most attractive investment destinations of this planet, on this planet. Above all, I applaud him for establishing the Kaduna Investment Promotion Agency to administer and coordinate investments activities in the state. Kadipa is a one-stop center, meaning that all investors' matters are handled and finished there. The investor does not have to go around knocking different doors of different offices to get the relevant clearances and permits. This is the way it is supposed to be done, and this is how the others elsewhere are doing, so you are doing it right. What is required now is to ensure increased efficiency and speed in taking decisions and actions so that investors spend as little time as possible from lodging an application to getting approvals. So far, so good, but there is always room to do better. When I became foreign minister of our country in Tanzania in 1995, I coined a phrase in the ministry as a motto: better than yesterday, less than tomorrow. So always, when you come to the office, know that you have done better than yesterday, but it is less than what you'll do tomorrow. That was the spirit. An investment agency success is measured in terms of days and hours an investor spends in getting things done. The shorter, the better. Also, it is important for the agency to follow the investors every step of the way until the project takes off the ground. It may be useful to do so because experience in other countries, I don't know what the case here, has shown that investors' woes do not end after walking out of the doors of the investment authority. At times, they may encounter new types of impediments or encumbrances which may delay or even derail the investment. Someone comes out of the investment authority with all the permits, the certificates, goes now on the next stage, goes on the ground to the piece of land. Somebody tells him, oh, this one has already been allocated. Oh, there's this and this and this. So it's always important, it's a matter of interest, that after giving the approvals, just take interest. How is the person proceeding? Is everything okay? You may assume everything is fine, while actually there are a number of problems. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, The importance of infrastructure needs no emphasizing. It is an enabler of growth and development that compares to none. I can rightly say that there is no development without infrastructure. And you can't develop without electricity. You cannot use kerosene and run industries. You need power. You need good roads, reliable roads. You need railways. You need ports. You need airports. You need telecommunication systems. You need water supplies that are reliable. If these are amiss, development is grossly impeded. Availability of reliable infrastructure, therefore, is a big incentive to attract investments to a country, a state, or even a place. An investment destination should be able to provide reliable, affordable, fast, efficient systems of movement of goods and services across the whole value chain. Excellencies, Africa and African countries, unfortunately, are facing a daunting challenge, a daunting deficit on infrastructure. Data shows that because of poor transport infrastructure, at 30 to 40% more costs to trade between nations and within nations in Africa compared to other continents. I once read about a report that the cost of transporting a 20-foot container from China to Africa is less than from transporting the same container from the port to one of the countries or even within the country. Even worse, it has even been reported that because of poor infrastructure, the cost of importing maize from Mexico, for example, to a country in Africa would be less than moving a ton of maize from one part of the country to another within the country. It is infrastructure stupid. This depressing reality should not be left to continue. It is a huge impediment to fast growth and development on the continent. It is heartwarming indeed to note the Kaduna State government has given infrastructure development the deserving attention. We have heard the governor elaborate what is being done on the infrastructure side. The construction of the new airport terminal makes it possible for more traffic to be handled at the Kaduna airport. Already, Kaduna is reaping the benefits of the expansion. I'm sure in many more airlines, there is already Ethiopia Airlines, I'm sure many more airlines will be landing at the Kaduna airport. The Kaduna dry port makes it possible for business people to import and export from Kaduna. The new Abuja-Kaduna railway line has expanded transport and logistic options for businessmen, men and women in Kaduna. These developments make it possible for Kaduna to take advantage of its strategic geographic location in Nigeria. All I can say, please keep up the good job and aspire to do more. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, another important factor deserving our attention, if you want to attract investments, is the availability of skilled manpower to meet the needs of investors in the various industries, especially in the technical and specialized fields. Where specialty and technical expertise is not needed, it's not much of a problem. Usually investors would wish to hire locally or from within the state or the nation rather than import labor from abroad. Certainly it costs them less. But if they fail, they will have no option but to import labor from outside. This therefore requires us to invest more in education and training of our young people to meet the skills required by the job market. We have heard the governor. It pleases me a lot to note that there is increased investments in education and training is being undertaken by the Kaduna State government in collaboration with other partners and stakeholders. I congratulate you, Governor, on your leadership and the efforts on this important matter. I'm sure the young men and women of Kaduna are pleased with this initiative because it gives them the opportunity to get jobs. It also pleases investors because one of their major challenges is being addressed head on. After all said and done, success in attracting and sustaining investments and investor confidence depends on the quality of leadership. Investments blossoms where the leadership is visionary, predictable, proactive, and supportive. Leadership assures stability, minimizes political and other risks. I have learned from experience that leaders must be accessible and engaging. When I was president, I made the heavily guarded doors of the State House accessible to business people whenever they had something important to share with. In the Tanzanian system also, there are established structures of coordination, cooperation, and dialogue between the government and the private sector. At the apex, there is the Tanzania National Business Council, which is chaired by the President of the Republic. It brings together representatives of the government and those of the private sector for dialogue on issues of interest to both. But primarily, it's a forum for promoting business environment in the country. Below the council, there is what we call the Executive Committee of the Council, which is co-chaired by the Chief Secretary and the Chairman of the Tanzania Business and Private Sector Foundation. Its primary responsibility is to prepare the agenda for the Council, also to address issues of interest as they may arise in between meetings of the Council. Because in between meetings of the Council, there may be issues. The Executive Committee meets, discusses those issues, they agree on what needs to be done. Those who are responsible are being directed to take action. The problems have been solved. When the Council meets, there is going to be a report on what transpired and what action has been taken. Through open and frank discussions, both in the Council and the Executive Committee, many challenges were being addressed. I would like to assure you that this has been a good and effective bridge linking the government and the private sector. There are also two other advisory structures which operate at the discretion of the President. These are the Local Investors Roundtable and the International Investors Roundtable. They are both dialogue fora for advice and addressing issues affecting these particular groups. We found that local investors have unique problems of their own, and international investors have unique problems of their own. When you bring them together, at times you don't get enough time for them. So we created this forum, a forum for local investors and another for international investors. You sit down with them, you discuss with them, they give advice on how to proceed, and then you should. Excellencies, these dialogue fora and other initiatives taken have helped Tanzania register a phenomenal increase in investments, investment flows, both from local and international investors. During my time between 2005 and 2015, 7,159 projects were registered, worth 150 billion US dollars. Out of these, 49% were local investors. 24% were foreign investors, and 27% were joint ventures between local and international investors. So because at times, when you bring in foreign investors, the assumption was, I remember at one point, someone was saying, foreignization of the economy. But you can see, 49%, nearly 50% of the investments are wholly Tanzanian owned. Only 27%, close to 28% are foreign. And 27% are joint ventures. So you have more local content than the foreign content in terms of investments. The UNCTAD report of 2015 noted that Tanzania was the leading investment destination in the East African community, having attracted foreign direct investments worth $2.142 billion, which was equivalent to 31.5% of FDI flows to the East African community region. During the 10 years of my leadership, the Tanzanian economy enjoyed macroeconomic stability because we've been quite keen on ensuring that the macroeconomic indicators are right. Because if you have the macroeconomic indicators are right, that's the basis for an economy to grow. The economy grew at an average of 7% for the 10 years, and my successor is actually doing the same now. So we have a brighter future, we have hopes for a brighter future. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I've spoken at length, and in the process I've shared my experience in investments promotion in my life, in the Tanzanian government, where I served, as I said, Minister for Water, Energy and Minerals, Minister of Finance, Foreign Minister, and President for 10 years. And in the ministerial post for another 18 years. I know you wanted me to come and share my experience in investment promotion. From what I have heard from your presentation, Governor, there is nothing you don't know, there is nothing you have not done so far. Maybe I'm here to serve as an encouragement, to encourage you to continue to do the right things. You are on the right track. Please stay the course. The last thing I would like to humbly ask you to do is to take interest in the World Bank's Doing Business Index, these annual reports. It's not a panacea, but it serves as an important guide on the issues of concern to investors, which, if factored properly, will help Kaduna make great leap forward in attracting investments to this great state. They talk about 12 issues. Those 12 issues, if factored properly, if properly organized, the sky is the limit for Kaduna. You are third, you will soon become second, you can even become first. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, once again I thank you for the invitation. I wish this third series of the Kaduna Investment Forum every success. Thank you for your kind attention.
Well, again, another round
it is
of
also
for
takes
His
investment to
former
create a better
President
living environment
of,
for the people. Investment, he says.
on behalf of the government and people of Kaduna State and by extension Nigeria, we say Asante Sana, sir. Moving ahead, sir, Your Excellencies, permit me to quickly recognize those that are here and ought to be recognized by all standards. We have the Chief Taxman of Benue, Kaduna, and Niger, Mr. Andrew Ayamba of the Federal Inland Revenue Services here. We also have the First Deputy National President of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture, Nasima, representing the National President. We also have Dr. Muhibba Faridet Ankaka, OON, the President, Kaduna Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture here. We have the Director General, Chief Executive Officer, Raw Materials Research and Development Council, ably represented here by Mr. S.L. Wa, Deputy Director, Policy Analysis and Development Division, PAD here. We also have the DG, National Information Technology Development Agency, Alhaji Isa Ali Fantami, ably represented here by Dr. Amina Sambo Magaji. We have Honorable Mustafa Baba Sherehu, Honorable Minister of State, Power, Works and Housing here with us. We all welcome you, sirs. May I, at this point in time, quickly now ask that we take some goodwill messages from our eminent personalities that are here. And we are starting right off by calling our royal father, our father who traveled across the Niger to be here with us, a friend, personal friend of the governor, a friend of Kaduna, the Oni of Ife, Kabiesi, Oni Adeyeye, Eniton Ogunsi, Ojaja, the second for his goodwill message. Kabiesi, sir.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kaduna State, one of the brightest, one of the smartest, and one of the boldest governors we've ever produced in our dear country, Nigeria. Your Excellency, the former President of Tanzania, the Honorable Speaker of Kaduna State, members of the House of Assembly, the #1 mother of the state, the First Lady of Kaduna State, Your Excellency, I greet you too. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. It's a great honor and a great privilege for me to be here today. To be in Kaduna, a very peculiar state, a state with very huge potential, one of the most blessed states in the entire black race. I repeat, because it seems You are not happy about what I said, but they are statements of fact. One of the most blessed states in the entire black race. And I have my facts for saying that. Because of time, for my goodwill message, I will start from the basic analysis of the 4 factors of production. I will start from land. Kaduna State has the 4th largest land mass in the whole of our dear country, Nigeria, the most populous black nation in the world. If you take 5 states of the southeastern part of the country and put it inside Kaduna State, addition of Lagos State, including Osun State, my state, making 7 states, Kaduna State will still consume the 7 states, and we will still have some several thousands of kilometers left for Kaduna State. Kaduna's landmass as a state is 46,053 square kilometers. Something that is naturally blessed from our Creator, naturally provided for by our Creator. Land is number 1 when you're talking of all factors of production. You cannot but talk about land when you're talking of economic emancipation, when you're talking of economic development, and every other thing that we are in this world to do. The next is labor. As our governor said earlier on, we can see from the statistics, there is something peculiar about Kaduna State. The record of Kaduna, no state has it in Nigeria. Kaduna has the most vibrant, teeming population in the whole of this country. Over 90% of the entire Kaduna State population is less than 40 years old. And these are statements of fact. From other states, it's on the average of about 70 to 60%. We have very energetic youths in Kaduna. We have very vibrant youths in Kaduna State. That means it's a very huge potential. Right now, in the present state of a state and in the foreseeable future. A very young lady attended to me this morning. Her name is Lami, where I stayed. I asked her, she greeted me warmly. The way each and everybody in Kaduna normally attend to visitors. And I asked her, have you been to other parts of this country? She said she was born in Zamfara, but she has only spent all her life in Kaduna. She has not even been to Lagos, she has not been to Port Harcourt. But what's the point I'm making there? The point I'm making there is, why Kaduna? There is something about Kaduna. It is the state, the converging state for the entire northern Nigeria. This is where every youth of the northern Nigeria looks up to a greener pasture. This is the place they usually converge for them to eke out livelihood and look for a better future. How can we now convert those huge potentials into reality? I am here from southwestern Nigeria to be associated with all the good things that the people of Kaduna is doing, ably led by His Excellency Malam Nasir El-Rufai. We should all look inward and all come together as one nation and as one big happy family in terms of our various comparative advantages. You can see the potentials that Kaduna has: a very large expanse of land for agriculture, very young, vibrant labor force. How can Kaduna now reach out to other states in terms of comparative advantages? How can we partner together and look for how this country will be a better and a much more secured country for the generation yet unborn? Kaduna Investment Initiative, the third edition, is a beautiful one, and I will implore each and every one of us to all join hands to make sure that it will continue to be a very impactful initiative. It won't be one of the top jamborees that we usually do in this country. All of us, we all have one role or the other to play in such a beautiful initiative. The governor cannot do it alone. His executive members cannot do it alone. We should all come together and form a formidable force to make things work. I will use this platform again to appeal to all the leaders in this beautiful state that I am in today. We should always look for the betterment of the people we govern over. We should always look for how their lives will be better, irrespective of your political differences. What is good, and what is bad is bad. Whatever political differences that you might be having, I want you to put that aside. Don't let it affect any potential good things that is coming to the state. Don't let it affect how the state will be shaped in the foreseeable future. We should live to be selfless. What will the future generation say about us? It is very important. We all know what is happening in Kaduna now. The state is about to lose a very good debt injection from World Bank. I want to appeal to all the leaders of this state to put politics aside. These are the young people that voted for them. They should put that aside. It is very important. I will be very specific. All the members of the Senate from Kaduna State should come and join hands with the governor. They will have their respective political differences. Let them put that aside. They can come back to it. Let them look at the future of this state. Let them look at the teeming population that voted them into power. They shouldn't lose opportunities because of their differences. On this note, I'm appealing to them that they should put the people of this state forward, irrespective of any issues they are having. The people of this state is greater than them, and God is greater than all of us. On this note, I want to appeal and thank the governor for inviting me to this beautiful forum. God bless the people of Kaduna State, and God bless our nation, Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Talking about investment creating higher level of prosperity, it is also investment that creates better living environments for the people. Investment brings about well-serving government. Without investment, a lot will not be possible. Resources will be dead capital without investment. The state has demonstrated firm commitment to achieving sustainable economic growth by legislating to build human capital and infrastructure. Kaduna believes that private investment is the best vehicle for job creation and is eager to bring together the private sector, international development partners, and develop finance institutions to identify opportunities in the state and take the investment initiative that creates growth.
Of Kaduna State, His Excellency, the former President of Tanzania, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Royal Highness, I'm happy to be here this morning because I associate myself with the leadership style of His Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State. He is bold, courageous, and at times like this, very difficult time for our country and for our states. We need leadership that is decisive. Leaders that can look at the picture. And that is what I see in Malam Nasir El-Rufai. Kaduna State is the state of convergence in the north. If Kaduna gets it right, the whole of the north will get it right. And if North get it right, Nigeria will get it right. So the Kaduna investment promotion, I think, comes at a very right time. This is the time when leaders should look inward, look at the economic potentials of their states, and bring about the needed growth and development for the people of their states. I reside here in Kaduna, and the Ministry of Power, Works and Housing will work hand in hand with Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, to realize the objectives and full potentials of this state. Thank you very much.
That was the Honorable Minister for State Works and Housing, Honorable Mustafa Baba Shehuri. May I, before I call the next speaker, recognize Dr. Lazarus Angbazo, President and Chief Executive, GE Nigeria, who is represented here by Dr. Josh Shingle Wigwe, Executive Director, Government Affairs and Policy, GE West Africa. We also have, representing the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, the Director General of the National Research Institute for Chemical Technology, Professor Jerry T. Barminas. We also have here Honorable Sam Ogbu Nwobodo, Commissioner for Commerce and Industry, representing the Executive Governor of Enugu State. We all welcome you, sirs. I will now proceed by calling the next speaker, who is a father from our own, son of the soil, our own father here, His Royal Highness Pope Gwang Malan Zaka Yoms. Please, can we have our father here for his own goodwill message as well?
Your Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, Your Excellency, the former President of the Republic of Tanzania, Your Highness, the Odio Ife, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on the established protocol. If there is anybody who has benefited so far on this occasion, I would say it's myself. I remember vividly 2014 when His Excellency the Governor called at my domain to indicate his interest to govern Kaduna State. I told him, Your Excellency, you are going to be a doctor, you are going to be a general, you are going to be an engineer. A doctor who would analyze all sort of sicknesses in Kaduna State to be able to prescribe the correct medicine. You are going to be an engineer who is going to take a lot of time to get the drawings, the design right, and start on the foundation. I told him, Your Excellency, you are a general like General Slim, who fought during the Second World War in Burma. He was on the side of defeat, but he marshaled courage, and he now got all the reasons why his troops were withdrawing. By the time he restructured and went on the offensive.
Well, I think there are two milestones really. The first is presenting the final version of our infrastructure development plan for the state for 2018 to 2050. We have taken a long-term view, 32 years, to develop an infrastructure master plan. That we unveiled at the last summit, and we spent the last 1 year finalizing it, so it's ready today. Today also we are unveiling the draft industrialization plan for the state. And our hope is that for the next few months, we are going to engage in consultations and finalize that. So this is for us the major milestone, but we are also going to use this opportunity to take stock of what has happened from the last 2 summits. How much investment have we attracted? We have found, for instance, that 79% of all the investments we attracted were foreign investments, which means we need to do more to attract domestic investment. That's why this summit is themed Partnerships for Development. We invited a former African president, a very successful one who attracted lots of investment to Tanzania, to come and guide us and speak to us and tell us what we can do to do better.
Where do you expect to take Kaduna State through this summit?
Well, our main objective really is more industries, more investments, more jobs, because as pointed out, 89% of the population of Kaduna State is below the age of 35. So our biggest challenge here is to engage our young people and give them opportunities to be employed. So this summit is all about attracting more investments, attracting, getting more existing industries to expand, reviving old ones, and attracting new investments so that there will be more jobs for the young people of Kaduna State. Thank you. Amen. We need that. Thank you.
I recall locally back at home, somebody was asked to make building. And he took about 6 months just trying to lay the foundation. People were grumbling. People were abusing. Little did they know that to build a foundation, it takes a lot of time and patience. Our dear governor is still building the foundation. Give him time, and you will now see how the substructure will come up. Thereafter, as the Oni of Ife has said, you will now see the result. Your Excellency, on behalf of all the traditional rulers in Kaduna State, we are with you in this foundation building. And I can assure you that we'll see you through, we'll pray for you and wish you well, so that the real structure will come out by the time it's completed. People will be happy with your administration. Once more, on behalf of all the traditional rulers in Kaduna State, we congratulate you for thinking about this conference, your meeting, and we wish you well. We wish Kaduna State well. May God continue to pour His blessing upon us. Thank you.
One of our royal fathers from Kaduna State. Thank you, sir. Because of time factor, please we crave on the indulgence of all others that we will call for the goodwill message, that it should be please short and not exceeding 2 minutes, please. Okay, we also want to use this forum to recognize one of my own, the Senior Special Assistant to Mr. President, Ms. Jumoke Uduwale, who just arrived. We're happy that you are here, ma'am.
A lot of benefits will be derivable from this exercise. One, the government of the
Moving forward now to invite Mr. Uche Oji, the Managing Director of Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority. Mr. Uche Oji, please. Mr. Uche Oji? Okay, thank you very much. I've spotted him. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. Your Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, Your Royal Majesty, the Owner of Ife, Your Excellency, the former President of the Republic of Tanzania, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. I am the CEO of the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, and I'm here to speak briefly and extend my well wishes to the people of Kaduna State and to the Governor. We have watched the investment summit evolve from CADVEST 1.0 to 2.0 to now 3.0, and I'm very pleased with the stages and the way it has evolved. We have enjoyed our partnership with Kaduna State. We have partnered with you in agriculture. We have expressed interest in partnering with you in power, particularly hydropower, healthcare, and other aspects of infrastructure. Your Excellency, what I will say is that capital goes to where capital is welcome. And to that extent, we're very pleased with the way our effort with Kaduna State has been welcomed and the way your team continues to respond to us. We've also watched as you lay the foundations of developing infrastructure in a sustainable manner in the state. And to that extent, sir, we will say that the benefit of this, as it comes through, will be very evident in the way investors respond to you. And from what we have seen so far, your work is very well received and highly commended. One more thing I will say, Your Excellency, and mine will be very, very brief, is that as we see the effort on infrastructure, which is the underpinning of CADVEST 3.0, without infrastructure, Your Excellency, it is impossible to develop this country. We would like to see this framework that we have seen you develop be replicated across the country because it makes our job easier as we speak to investors to come into the country. Having been given the stage, sir, I will also try to remind you of our ongoing discussions regarding Gurara, sir. I couldn't miss the opportunity. And the reality is that we see this as something that not only provides opportunity for agriculture, for hydropower, but also provides much needed opportunity for tourism and other aspects of what I think will enable agriculture, particularly fishing, in that region. All in all, sir, the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority continues to welcome and appreciate the support you have given to the organization. And many of you will not know this, but His Excellency was very instrumental in helping the organization continue to receive the support it has received. And for that, we want to wish you well. And we also want to say we stand ready to work with you and support the efforts in developing Kaduna State. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for utilizing your 2 minutes very well. We appreciate you, sir. The next speaker is Mr. Bobby Morrow, the South African High Commissioner. Mr. Bobby Morrow, please. 2 minutes, sir. Thank you.
His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kaduna, His Excellency, former President of Tanzania, our chiefs and kings who are here, and all protocols observed. His Excellency, we would first like to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for extending this invitation to us. Incidentally, we were planning to visit your province this quarter, as you may know from our previous discussions. So this invitation came at the right time. And we'd like to congratulate you for all the initiatives that you have made in order to ensure that Kaduna is on the map. This investment conference takes place at a very sad moment for us as South Africans. We have lost the mother of the nation. Winnie Mandela is no more. We know that you join us in our sadness. We can count on you. We know that you have supported the struggle for liberation. Ahmadu Bello University is one of the universities that housed many of our struggle heroes. We are very happy and proud that during this mourning period, we are in a state that has housed many of our heroes who have fought very hard for the struggle for liberation in South Africa. And we appreciate that you could think of us to participate in this conference. And we want to assure you, Mr. Governor, that South Africa remains ready to partner with the state of Kaduna in various areas of investment. There are many opportunities that you have highlighted, one amongst which is tourism, which South Africa is quite very strong in. We look into those possibilities here in Kaduna. The hotel industry in Kaduna presents a lot of opportunities for South Africa. You have railroad. We traveled by train when we arrived here yesterday. It was a very fantastic journey. We wish that one of our companies, Transnet, can get involved in the future to partner with the state of Kaduna. You also have a beautiful scenery which presents a very good opportunity for South African tourism. It is quite unfortunate that the South African tourism could not be here with us today. They are attending to their strategic planning session in South Africa, but they have expressed deep interest in visiting Kaduna. So in the next visit to Kaduna, we will be here with them. But overall, Your Excellency, we would like to assure you of our support for your project in Kaduna. South Africa remains ready to partner with the state of Kaduna. Both South Africa and Nigeria have laid a firm political foundation from which we can launch investment opportunities from all angles. And we are grateful to both yourself and the government and the people of Nigeria for giving us this opportunity to celebrate your successes. We say God bless Kaduna, God bless Nigeria, and God bless South Africa, its government and its people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. South African High Commissioner, Mr. Bobby Monroe. Moving ahead, may I have the pleasure of inviting the only MD of bank, or any bank that is here, according to his colleague, the Executive Secretary of Kadipa, Hajja Umar Yusuf Aboki. Please can we have, or join me in inviting Alhaji Abubakar Suleiman, the MD, Sterling Bank.
I will use the 2 minutes provided. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kaduna State, I want you to indulge me to stand on existing protocol. As I listen to all the important things that people have said about Kaduna State, I realize that something that is central to the success of the state has not been talked about, and I feel obliged to talk about it. This state has the most impressive cabinet anywhere in this country. It is by far the youngest cabinet that any state in this country has ever put in place. It is also one of the most diverse cabinets. And I say this because even though we all recognize the resources that the state is blessed with, and we recognize the value of a governor like His Excellency, without the team that he has put together, I think a lot of us will not be so excited about the state. So thank you very much for giving the younger generation an opportunity. I also don't want to spend my 2 minutes without making a public commitment to the state. As a bank, we have committed to support 5 key sectors. And as I listen to all the presentation, I concluded that these sectors are aligned with what His Excellency would like to do. We have a commitment to support the health sector. We have a commitment to support education. We have a commitment to support agriculture. We have committed to renewable energy, and we have committed to the transport sector. And we believe that as we go through with our commitment, the impact will be felt across all the development goals that we've set for ourselves. And before I leave, I want to specifically say that I will urge my colleague to commit a minimum of 5 billion naira in the next 1 year to the private sector in Kaduna in the 5 sectors that we've just mentioned. And we'll do everything within our power to make sure that when we come here for Kadisa 4.0, we would have done the 5 billion. So let me thank you once again. I also assure you that you need not worry about local investors. The truth is that a lot of local investment has come into Kaduna State. They simply do not observe the same protocol as foreign investment, and you may not have seen them, but I guarantee you that we've seen a lot of it coming. So let me thank you once again and assure you that we'll continue to support this state and continue to support the program of His Excellency, the Executive Governor. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah, Abubakar Suleiman, the Managing Director, Sterling Bank. Thank you, thank you. And we are looking forward to meeting you at 4.0 to redeem your promise. Moving ahead, we'd like to invite the Senior VP of Olam Grains, Mr. Sharad Gupta. Mr. Sharad Gupta, Olam Grains. Olam Grains. Okay. May I then invite Mr. Andrew Gatzard, the Senior Investment Advisor, DFID, please, while we wait for Mr. Gupta.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on existing protocols. And thank you very much for the opportunity to attend and speak at this great event. DFID, who I represent here today for the UK government, has a long and very strong relationship both with Nigeria and especially with Kaduna. And we've appreciated working with such a committed partner. We've supported a range of programs across the range of development, but particularly in the area of private sector development and economic growth, and had an especial interest in investment. Why? Because of the much documented need for jobs and higher incomes for a growing population, but also the benefits from formal jobs and formal businesses contributing to stability and security. But also because we have a vision for a strong investment and business partnership with the UK. So DFID largely works through programs, and we were very proud to support the Kaduna State Government with the GEMS programs, which are now sadly closed. But GEMS partnered with the state on the initial CADInvest events and continued to also support in the development of KADIPA, and we're very happy to support other initiatives towards attracting investment into this great state. We have a range of existing programs that are still working in the state. We have MAFITA, which is working on skills, a topic that has been talked about significantly this morning. We have other programs working in governance and solar energy. But in the future, we're currently taking stock of the GEMS era, and we're very proud to be developing new pipeline programs that are going to be commencing shortly, that will be taking an even greater look at investment and innovation in the private sector into Kaduna and other partner states in the north. So just to complete my brief words, again, we're very proud to continue this relationship with the Kaduna State Government towards the vision of a prosperous Kaduna that other states might learn from, also for a wider and more prosperous Nigeria, with opportunities for all, especially the poor. So thank you again for the opportunity, and I'd like to wish you, on behalf of DFID, the best of luck with the rest of this event, and the best of luck in attracting even further investment into the state of Kaduna. So thank you.
I've just been told, thank you very much, sir, from DFID. I've just been told that Mr. Sharad Gupta is here to utilize his 2 minutes. Mr. Gupta, Senior VP, Olam Grains.
Good afternoon. Sorry, Mr. Sharad Gupta just left because he had flight to travel Dubai. So I want to say thanks on behalf of him. We are here today to say thanks to entire Kaduna government team, His Excellency, the way they had welcomed us and supported on each and every aspect that we had delivered our project in 9 months. That was a great achievement, and each and every aspects where we can get a little issues also, when we call any of the member of the government house says we got resolved within hours. That was a very great support to us, and again I am on entire Olam family on the behalf, we are thanking you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. VP Olam Greens, Mr. Sharad Gupta. 2 minutes will now give to the Executive Secretary, Nigerian Shippers Council. 2 minutes to the Executive Secretary, Nigerian Shippers Council, please.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, Your Excellency, the former President of Tanzania, His Royal Highnesses, the Oni of Ife, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hassan Bello. I'm the Executive Secretary of Nigerian Shippers Council. My interest is transportation, and many of you will recall that in January this year, President Muhammadu Buhari commissioned what is the first inland port in Nigeria, that is the Kaduna Inland Dry Port. Since then, government agencies, private sector are poised to make investments for the operations of this very important project. At the instance of Nigerian Shippers Council, the Nigerian Customs Service has issued what is called a station code, and the number is 02KP. The code is mandatory certification by the National Customs, authorizing shipping lines to accept cargo bound for Kaduna Inland Dry Port. So, from that time, the Kaduna Dry Port has become effectively port of destination and a port of origin. This declaration is the single most important requirement for the facility to operate an inland port, and it has been fulfilled to the delight of stakeholders. I'm calling on all investors to come and utilize the dry port. No need for our exporters to travel to Lagos or Port Harcourt or Warri or any other part of the country. A port has been designated for you, and we hope you will utilize it. Nigerian Custom has commenced a long week activities. Actually, they started yesterday, for the deployment of NICES 2, which is the Nigerian Integrated Custom Information System at the Kaduna Inland Dry Port, thereby making it the third port after PTML, Grimaldi, and Tinkan Island to be covered by this very important custom clearance procedure. Nigerian Shippers Council is also in advanced talk with Nexim Bank, and I think we are also going to talk with Sterling Bank to see the idea of investments, more investments, bringing more industries and banks and processing packaging industries to this dry port. It is also interesting to note that our neighboring countries that are landlocked, Niger and even Chad, are interested in the dry port in Kaduna. And so very soon this port will bring significant contribution as far as transportation is concerned. Now, transportation drives the economy, and I must here register my appreciation to the Kaduna State government for the cooperation that it has given building roads, infrastructure, and other amenities, especially towards the successful implementation of the dry port. I therefore use this opportunity to ask all the investors to please come and utilize this port. You can export, you can also import. This is a port of destination. You can consign your cargo from everywhere in the world. Right now, the operators of Kaduna Dry Port are opening office in China and London so that they will canvass for cargo to come to Kaduna directly. Nigerian Railway Corporation is going to give 20 wagons just for the operation of the Kaduna Dry Port. So, port has been brought to Kaduna, and I'm sure you will utilize it. I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Well, you can all attest to the fact that this economic summit is not just open for Kaduna. It is a platform that by extension, any investor can come into Nigeria through any sector, for business in any sector. Thank you very much, the Executive Secretary, Nigerian Shippers Council, for those information that you provided. May I at this point in time invite the Senior Special Assistant to our President, President Muhammad Buhari, President and Commander of the Nigerian Armed Forces, GCFR, Ms. Jumoke Uduole, his Senior Special Assistant on Industry, Trade and Investment, for her 2 minutes. Ma.
Good morning, Your Excellency. It's afternoon now. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kaduna State, Your Excellency, the former President of Tanzania, the Oni of Ife, the Minister of State for Power. Let me just rest on the very well adumbrated protocols. I'd like to touch very briefly on the theme, which talks about partnership for development. Kaduna State has been a leading partner with the federal government in the area of ease of doing business. And when I see a session on competitiveness, on economic development, we can't but dwell on what makes an economy competitive. Watching Kaduna State, you see an airport, dry port, cornered the railway, access through roads, everything that it takes to make a regional hub. One of the former speakers, the MD of Sterling Bank, stole my thunder when he was talking about His Excellency's team. Because apart from being a young team, it's one thing to have a young team, but it's one thing to have a team that is cohesive, that works together, that laughs a lot. Your Excellency, you recall that you hosted the Enabling Business Environment Secretariat on a 2-day visit. And although you were away, His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, received us. The team from beginning to end, I had to commend them and to tell my team that see how they work seamlessly together, see how they laugh, see how they talk. And that can only come from leadership. When you're being asked to come to work on a public holiday and you come with a smile, I like the workaholic spirit because I have it as well. His Excellency the Vice President sends his very warm regards. You're no stranger to the fact that he chairs the PEBEC and has been very engaged in the work going on at the subnational level, particularly with Kaduna State. For the first time at subnational level, Nigeria recorded 100% participation in the World Bank Ease of Doing Business ranking. Kaduna was at the forefront of that exercise and just had your right of reply last week. Without saying too much, because I'm speaking at another session, I'd like to thank you for gathering stakeholders together, because we at PEBEC believe it's only collaboration that can make economic development faster and further. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Good afternoon.
Working collaborations, working for, in partnership for development. Thank you very much, the SSA, Ms. Jumoke Oduwole. The last two will come in quick succession, please. We have Mr. Diko Faulkner, the GM West Africa, IBM, and Mariama Dabo of the United Nations Population Fund, please, okay? Well, we're starting with Diko Faulkner. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Excellency, Governor of Kaduna State, Your Excellency, Vice President, former President of Tanzania, Oni of Ife, all distinguished ladies and gentlemen and guests here. Good morning, or good afternoon to you all. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'd like to thank the Governor, as well as the people of Kaduna State for inviting IBM to this investment summit. Clearly, from all that we heard this day, it shows that the achievements of the first three editions are clear for all to see, and Kaduna State is becoming the eye as well as the beauty for investments for Nigeria. Even as we focus on all these achievements, it's also clear that the state is focused on youth development, and that's one area I'd like to spend some time on. To achieve the plans for 2050, we need to get the youths prepared with the right skills, the right enablement to be able to follow through what the plans are. Now, they can't do this just by what they've learned, what they continue to learn today. They need technology. You realize that the world is becoming a global village where technology is becoming very critical to what we do. We need to prepare the youths with the right skills to be able to compete for the investments that are going to be available, some of which we hope will come to Kaduna State. As a company, that's where we come in as IBM. We are one of the leading technology companies in the world. We work with governments to address some of the social economic development issues. And we're very keen to learn more about challenges of Kaduna State and see how we can partner with Kaduna State on this youth development programs of yours. So in summary, my expectation over the next 2 days is that I hope that this summit will address three key imperatives. One is the technology plan that will enable development of Kaduna State as a whole. The second is increase public sector investment in education and technology. And then the last is increase public and private sector participation in enabling our youths for tomorrow. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Diko Faulkner, GM West Africa, IBM. The last but not the least is Madam Mariam Dabor from the United Nations Population Fund.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, especially a special governor of Kaduna State, distinguished guests, royal fathers, and ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on all protocols. I really wish to begin by expressing hearty congratulations to the government of Kaduna State for a well thought out economic and investment summit, the third of its kind in this trailblazer administration. I'm very pleased and honored to deliver a speech of goodwill on behalf of my representative of United Nations Population Fund in Nigeria, Dr. Diana Keita. She has asked me to express sincere thank you and for the privilege to participate in the summit. Allow me to speak here as an African and Dabo from the Gambia to express really appreciation and respect to the governor for his boldness and visionary leadership. Thank you so much. And Your Excellencies, I would like to invite you to the story of a young girl called Nayatu. She's 15 years old. She worked for 3 years to support her family after she graduated from primary school. She would have been married on her 14th birthday, but for the intervention of the Adolescent Girls Initiative, commonly known as the AGI program. The AGI program is one of the strategies of the United Nations Population Fund to expand the possibilities of girls staying in school. Today, Nigerian dreams of becoming a doctor, and tomorrow this dream may be reality thanks to Let's Girls Learn initiative, launched in Kaduna State by UNFPA as a response to challenges faced by girls in reaching their full potential. Through the project, UNFPA, with support from the government of Kaduna, helps empower thousands of vulnerable girls with skills and competencies in order to contribute meaningfully to their families and society at large. Securing quality education for girls like Najatu and harnessing the potential of these young girls contribute to modern economy is at the heart of our mandate. As we strive to build a better Nigeria and Kaduna to deliver a strong economic value, we must acknowledge that our collective success is directly dependent on the help we provide to Nigerians to realize their dreams of successfully transitioning into adulthood and embracing opportunities that the future holds for them. We believe that when every young person is enabled to reach their full potential, this will truly make strides towards sustainable development. At the end of the MDG era, United Nations adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which requires us to balance the needs of present and future generations, create economic growth without destroying natural resources, and reduce consumption while enforcing well-being and dignity of all people. To achieve these goals, a fundamental shift is needed. We must make decisions on the allocations of resources while keeping the interests of future generations in mind. I was very pleased and flattered to see that His Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna, had a vision which is very similar to that of the United Nations. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, young people are already driving innovations in science and technology, making conscious choices that are drastically influencing patterns of consumption and production, and mobilizing to make companies, organizations, and governments more socially and environmentally responsible, where they can get information, technology, financing, mentorship, and platforms for collaboration. Young innovators are able to turn their ideas into transformative solutions. We at UNFPA are very proud to partner with young people in Nigeria and in more than 150 countries in the world and territories to promote their participation and leadership, enabling them to overcome barriers, spearhead innovations, and unleash their full potential. UNFPA calls on all governments and all states of Nigeria and development partners and influencers to enable policies that promote young people's development and human rights, and to measure progress across sustainable development goals that relate to adolescents, especially adolescent girls. Young people must be engaged as partners in achieving these goals as their generations that will inherit our planet. Distinguished Excellencies, an adolescent girl who is 10 years old today will be an adult it will be 222 years old in 2030 the year for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, the target for the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. We must ensure that the path of our young girls through adolescence and youth leads to a brighter future for ourselves for our community and the world, that is paved with rights upheld, opportunities realized, and promises fulfilled. As we reach out to private corporations, foundations, high net worth individuals, and other potential sources of income, we urge all to please stand up and be counted so that the young people's, especially young girls' potential can be fulfilled. The time has come to think boldly and innovatively about how we identify and scale up solutions in a time of resource constraints and rapid changes, and how we build alliances across regions and forge partnerships to multiply impact. We cannot afford to leave girls like Niger behind. We count on your support to build a world that does not clip girls' wings, but rather help them soar. Together, we can ensure that no one is left behind and build a better future for women and girls, for families, and for the world at large. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Mariama Dabor from the United Nations Population Fund. I must apologize that I grossly omitted another goodwill message of 2 minutes from Mr. Jitendra Kumar Shindeva, the President Skipper Company. Please, can we have him give his 2 minutes now? Goodwill message. Thank you very much, and I apologize for that oversight, sir.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, the Royal Father, Oni of Ife, the Royal Fathers, the former President, Tanzania, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is very commonly said in the management that successful people don't do different things, they do it differently. I have seen Governor Al-Rufai from BP days, FCT days, and now to the Kaduna State. When I came to meet him immediately after he won the elections, to know what I could do, what Skipper could do for the state, he had a list of uncompleted projects, a list which was very exhaustive, done by a very famous consulting firm. His aim was first to complete all those projects which were uncompleted. That is what we saw today in this summit. The roads have been completed, the waterworks has been completed, and even we were doing the Kudenda power plant. We did our contribution, and another contractor is doing his own power plant, and the power will be there in the next few days. So that is how a successful leader does his job successfully, differently. We at Skipper have been participating in various projects, in various programs in the power sector. We are primarily a power sector company. We have, our equipments are in the whole length and breadth of the West African market. We are forward integrated to the project business. We are into the infrastructure development, doing the green economic zones, industrial parks. We are doing with the state government the metro project, starting from Marabanjos to Marabari Rido. The state has all the necessary leadership. The state has all infrastructure available for the investors to come and do their contribution and participate in the various programs. I am very thankful to the governor. He gave us the opportunity to come and do the investments in the various projects, and we are doing it. And I am sure by the end of this year, you will see the maximum power.
Intention here is not just what we had here in the hall, but that discussions are ongoing, and there will be cross-cutting of networks between investors, policymakers, entrepreneurs, to find ways to effectively leverage and mobilize their respective comparative investment advantages towards accelerating the state's development. It is also expected that this forum will be providing new opportunities for the states on its path to industrialize and create opportunities for job creation for the state's ever-growing youth population, and also preparing the ground for potential investment and articulating opportunities across priority sectors deemed critical to the state's economic growth, which is already ongoing. And not to say the least, it is also expected that the initiative of empowering and incentivizing entrepreneurs, industrialists, and investors, both locally and on the international scene, will also take place through continued provision of an enabling environment and ease of doing business, grounded on the main focus of job creation. And it is also heartwarming to know that Kadipa is the one-stop shop to ensure that this happens within the shortest possible time. And this gives confidence to the investor as he decides to invest in Kaduna State. And it is also heartwarming to know that through this forum there will be an adoption and launching of new policy frameworks such as investment promotion strategies, which is also ongoing. This is a continuation of what has happened and what is also ongoing. That is the documentary. Enjoy it. As discussions are ongoing at the forum here and after, you will agree with me that Nigerian Television Authority are partners in progress. At this moment, this is much we can take from here. On behalf of the production crew here, we are saying have a wonderful day ahead as we all join hands as collaborators to making Kaduna and Nigeria great again. On behalf of myself, Benny Adams, and Surali Musa, we say have a wonderful day as we hand you over to the studios for the continuation of programming on Africa's largest television network, the NTA.
Welcome to Local Color. The New Yam Festival is one renowned celebration in the eastern and the western part of Nigeria. Local Color was at Ogidi to celebrate the New Yam Festival. Stay with us and enjoy. My name is Bolo Atife Bello.
Ogidi is a kingdom in Kogi State, north-central Nigeria. The people are largely farmers and hunters. Ogidi people believe that their ancestors migrated from Ile-Ife and settled around their present location because of the fertile land and secure environment provided by the mountains that cluster the area. Early in the day, Ogidi pictures the rural African mourning activities. In the rural African community, children learn from the parents and older ones to sustain societal values. Ogidi is a neat society, and this is seen in the children sweeping the compound even before sunrise. The environment must be kept clean before the children wash plates, then brush their teeth and be ready to eat. This pattern of hygiene standard is imbibed by every child born into the rural African community, where children are expected to learn from older community members communal virtues. Ogidi people are of the Yoruba lineage, and one outstanding attribute of the Yoruba man is reverence to elders. This is expressed through greetings. In Ogidi, male children are expected to prostrate before their elders, while the female young ones must kneel when greeting or addressing the elder. Even masquerades, which are ancestral spirits, bow to the Ologidi. This respect, when absent in any young person, is attributed to poor upbringing and is frowned at unreservedly.
When you go to other parts of the country, you see children of nowadays, they don't prostrate to elders, but whose fault is the fault of the parent? You need to teach your children about your culture. And in Nigeria here, our culture is so rich. When you see two or three or more children meeting and they are greeting each other, automatically you will know who is the elderly person among them. Because the junior one will prostrate, not only the parent, but an elderly person, somebody who's a senior must be respected. And this English people too says, give respect to whom respect is due.
You wake up in the morning, you see your father, Karo Baba, Karo Mama. The father will bless you, the mother will bless you. When you eat, in my days when I was young, after finishing my meal, I go to my father. Bami. I mean, God will increase your age on earth. God will bless you. Because you know that it's God's blessings, it's from God's blessings you have received the meal you have eaten. But that is lost now. Which you have to bring back. And we are bringing back, we are bringing this back to our young ones. When you eat and you finish, before you eat, as a Christian, you thank God for the meal you want to eat. When you finish your meal, you thank God. The same thing, the Father that gives it to you, the Father gives it through God. No, Father, God gives it to you through the Father. God may bless the father may not give the child the food. But the father is generous to transfer the blessing God has given him to the child. The child now says, Ola bojo over me. Ola bukun e o. Maturi mu eje o. That is easy. The father is even happy that the child is appreciative because the father himself has thanked God for what has been given to him.
Sanitation in this community is highly valued, that even visitors to Ogidi get acculturated. Some who have no such culture even feel such an introduction in their native land will promote a better society.
The attitude of the people in Nigeria, that really interests me. The spirit and the entrepreneurial spirit of people, that's what draws me to Africa. Alongside, there's a few other things. For me, it's a learning experience. Things in the UK can get quite repetitive, and for me it was a good way to experience new things and new cultures.
In reality, so everyone in Europe and the States looks down on Africa, thinks it needs charity, but just that's the end of the story. There's a lot of things we can learn as Europeans and Westerners from Africa, and one of the main things is respect of elders. And that's one thing, because my father's been in Nigeria for a long time, so I've had my exposure through coming here, staying with my father and meeting his extended Nigerian family and his friends, and I've learned that, and actually I feel like that has been an important part of my own development as a person, and that's come from Africa. And in Europe you have old people walking down the road and they'll see a group of young people and they'll cross the road to avoid the youths because they're scared of them, and that's a very negative thing in any culture.
A lot of visitors are in Ogidi, all for the New Yam Festival. Some visit to savour the festive air, yet there are those who are in Ogidi to better the lives of the rural dwellers. Festive periods like these bring important visitors to the community, including top government officials and others from other kingdoms. The Oba in Yoruba land, or any recognized title holder, is ushered into his place of visit by praise singers, popularly referred to as Oriki. Sometimes, the prowess of the title holder will be expressed by oratory. At other times, through musical instruments whose sound will be clearly understood by all present. Yet at other times, it is a combination of oral praise and instruments exhalation. The Oriki is also a means of paying respect to high-standing people in the community. The visiting traditional rulers express their delight in the magnanimity of the Ogidi people.
I have a friend in Ondo State, Jagun, the Oba of Okitipupa. He invited me to Ogidi, the junior brother, former commissioner of police, is having a chieftaincy title. and I should come and grace the occasion to celebrate with them. Generally, even not state alone, the federal government is telling people that we should not abandon our culture. They do maintain it, that we should not lose our culture. We should maintain it because our culture is so rich than even this foreigners' culture. So we should not allow the foreigner watching television, watching all these films to take away our culture from us.
On the New Yam Festival Day, people and traditional dance groups visit and pay homage to the Ologidi in his palace. Several activities take place at the festival.
Kingdom, which is not an exception to this traditional Africa, the young they begin.
Hereby declare this art exhibition open.
I wanted to have a feel that someone is there thinking about their pain. So the title of this painting is Heal of My Pain.
The universe of the universe. Of the universe.
From Ondo State, a Yoruba by tribe, he's our brother. His last posting before retirement as police, he was in Nasarawa State until May 2013. His permanent home address is at number 2 at Kelemanda Street.
Had his primary education at the St. John's Anglican Primary School, Ogidi, from 1953 to 1950. In 1973, in St. Xavier Christ Church, Alabra, ministry in which he was one pressure from home front, coupled with the desire for material improvement. The company was founded and located in Ogidi by his uncle,
Chieftaincy title is conferred on people on 2 grounds. First ground, lineage, traditional chieftaincy title. The other one, social chieftaincy title. But whichever way, the two, you have to look at the caliber of people on who you want to confer a chieftaincy title. They must be of a peaceable character, upward character, people who are well renowned in the society. You don't just give chieftaincy title to an armed robber or somebody of a questionable character.
As the tempo of the celebration rises, sound of gunshots mix with the rhythm of the music to achieve a crescendo, attracting ecstatic jubilation from the crowd. Community and government representatives make speeches in support of the New Yam Festival, seeing it as a great tool of unity among the people.
One of the widely acknowledged drivers for this cultural renaissance is our own daughter, Chief Mrs. Nike Okundaye, who has built a very high profile of achievement in the preservation, projection and presentation of the culture of our people, not only in Ogidi, but in Oku land and even the Yoruba race in general. I have observed that this year there are several visiting troops from Lagos, Ondo and Osun states. The government will ensure that Ogidi and other communities that attract tourists to our state continue to receive appropriate institutional support and recognition, not only by enhancing the necessary infrastructure in their localities, but by enlisting them in the official calendar of government activities.
Just like Martin Luther King said in 1962, he said a time will come when my 4 children in the United States will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. That time has come that we should not separate ourselves as Ijumu sons, as Yagba sons and daughters, as Lokoja or Kutu people, but as one united people by the grace of God.
Kẹ́ni mákàn bàbá yẹn, bàbá wa ni, bàbá wa ni, bàbá yẹn, bàbá wa ni. Kẹ́ni mákàn bàbá yẹn, bàbá wa ni, bàbá wa ni, bàbá yẹn, bàbá wa ni. Questions have been asked about the value of this yearly event to the common man in Ogidi. To such skeptics, we will not be tired of rendering explanation. Ogidi Day was not intended to put food on the table of anybody. Ogidi Day was not meant to provide funds for the rehabilitation of the notoriously dilapidated Kaba Ogidi Ayere Road by which you came here. The vision of Ogidi Day, and I put it simply, is to attract national albeit global attention to the rich culture of Ogidi, and through that, draw attention to the father state of our community and its people. In our cultural heritage, we have found a strong anchor for our development advocacy.
Those who have not experienced the Ogidi New Yam Festival must attend. It is an experience that leaves an indelible mark in the heart of its audience.
It's been fantastic, very lively. It's been great seeing the masquerades and a lot of the culture of Ogidi. So it's been really interesting to see. We've had fun. It's been a hot day and you're sitting around for a long time, so it's tiring, but just very, very interesting and really enjoyed it. It was a nice insight into the culture and the community spirit. It was interesting to really see what's going on around me. It's the first time I've been at a festival like this, but I'm sure I'll be back for more. It was really good.
You really must be in Ogidi to witness this festival firsthand next year. Hope you enjoyed. Bye for now. My name is Bolo Atifebelu.
Hi, I'm Abiodun Koya. 40 years is a significant milestone in the life of every being. So it is with NTA, the premier television network for the nation and her citizens. The history of Nigeria cannot be complete without acknowledging the role played by NTA. In any case, NTA is one of the very few institutions that can relate that history eloquently. I am a singer, and NTA has partnered with me and others in my profession to bring joy and happiness to millions across the nation and beyond. Here's to wishing NTA a happy 40th anniversary. Long live NTA, long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
I will lift up my country with my voice.
Along a flyway, seasonally, birds migrate often north and south between breeding and wintering grounds. Many species migrate, and these occur naturally on one hand, even though out of necessity compelled by other environmental factors on the other hand. This migration carries high cost in predation and mortality, including hunting by humans. Migration is driven primarily by availability of food. It occurs mainly in the northern hemisphere, where birds are funneled onto specific routes by natural barriers such as the Mediterranean and Caribbean seas. Migration dates back to about 3,000 years. Every year, on the 9th of May, the United Nations celebrate World's Migratory Birds Day to create awareness and promote safety of birds that migrate. During flight, some birds become incapacitated and are unable to continue the flight, which explains why sometimes we wake up to the sight of rare species of birds in our compounds. What are we supposed to do should this happen? Globally speaking, In other parts of the world, value is attached to this species of bird, even though that cannot be said about most African countries, Nigeria inclusive, where these birds are hunted down either for food or sold in the market to make money.
Hello, do you know where the cervix is located in the human body? Talking about women now. The cervix is located at the lower part of the uterus, and this opens up into the vagina. Automatically, you get to know already that this area must be managed well because of the reproductive journey of every woman. When abnormal cells grow on the cervix, they can become malignant, and this can lead to cervical cancer. That is why it's essential that every woman above 25 get a pap smear test. Welcome, this is Wellness and Living. Our topic today is cervical cancer. My name is Thelma Obaz. Let me tell you the story of Carol Oganga. She's from Nairobi in Kenya. Carol Oganga is 27. She had been hearing about the pap smear test. She had never gone for one because her colleagues and her friends and her family members told her it was a painful and invasive test. She wasted time. She continued to hear about the pap smear test. She did not go for one. After 5 years, a medical professional convinced her, you will lose nothing by it, especially if you do not have cancer. So Carol went off and had a test. And it takes a week to get a result. Carol was confident. She went home. She had a good time. A week later, she walked confidently into the doctor's office. And guess what she found? That she had stage 1 cervical cancer. The good news is that Carol battled it. And today, she's described as a cancer survivor because she was able to detect it at the early stages. And she's going about telling women and young girls about the importance of the HPV vaccine and the pap smear test. What about you? How informed are you that the HPV vaccine is a preventive measure in the cases of cervical cancer? We're coming to chat with you. We want to know your thoughts on cervical cancer and how well informed you are.
Cervical cancer is a cancer of the uterus, the lower upper end of the female vagina.
I've never heard about cervical cancer.
Cervical cancer, we could say, is abnormal growth of the cervical cells when the cervical cells begin to grow abnormally. And then it's usually, and you know, the cervix is the lower part of the uterus that opens to the vagina. Sometimes cervical cancer mostly is caused by a virus called HPV, that's human papilloma virus. Most times, but it could be detected early by an early test.
As my dad had cancer, he passed from it in 2006, and it was cancer of the pancreas. You know, cancer is a deadly disease. You know, it doesn't have a cure for now, so I think they should be aware of it and know how to prevent it and take all those measures that is needed for that.
They should go ahead and give us the solution to that, because even my mom died of that cancer, breast cancer. dying after struggling to raise her children, not being there for them. So it was really painful, even for the children losing their mom. My mom had chemotherapy, but at the long end she still died.
I haven't heard about the HPV vaccine. Yes, I think I've heard about the pap smear, but I haven't had the test yet. Everything is important for precautionary measures. If they say this is in vogue, just get the test done and be safe before it gets late.
No, I've not heard about the pap smear test.
I've heard about pap smear test. I don't know exactly what it is, but I've just heard that it's a test people do take. Mostly women do. I've just heard about it, but I don't know full details about it.
You know, we female, we are sensitive to, we have a lot of openings, so we should watch where we go to, like to use the public toilets. We should watch for infections. If we notice anything that is unusual in our flows and all that. So all these things are early prevention. If you watch that, you could prevent cervical cancer.
I would advise women all over the world to go for the test and make sure they get the vaccination, so that especially young women that are coming up, that are not up to the sexual age, I would advise them to go for the vaccine so that when they get to adulthood, they will not have the cancer, they will not get the cancer.
Women should, since 13, 26 above, about having this, it's better you go for the test, get the vaccine, so that everything will be okay.
Yeah, I think it's very important because when you get to know about something and you just stay mute and stay quiet, it's not the best.
The best we can do is, show them that care, that love, and show them that, okay, you're concerned about their status and how they're feeling, because cancer, everybody knows you're definitely going to die, but so that love, it's actually needed. Because if you show it to them, you never know. Sometimes there are people who actually survive from it, depending on the situation and the tests, the drugs they normally go through.
Mostly you could get it by sexual intercourse, the virus, by someone who has HPV. So you can reduce your sexual partners, at least stick to one, or abstinence if you're not married. Or if you're married, stick to your partner. Even if you are not married, at least have one partner so you know where what is coming from. And I would advise as ladies, as often as you can, go do tests, HPV tests for yourselves and vaginal swabs, just to check yourself and know how healthy you are, and have a very good hygiene. It's very, very essential. And then eat properly too. There are certain foods that help your vagina, some certain fruit like grapes, apples.
Hello, Cancer. Thank you for making me stop and listen, and also to remember about the things that are truly important. I got that from Healthy Quotes. It's for strong women who have surmounted cancer at all levels, and today are spreading the message of prevention, of cure, of management, of success. Have you had your pap smear test? Have you taken your daughter, your nieces, your young neighbors to have the HPV vaccine? Research shows that early detection increases marginally the survival rate of females. We did some research, we bring you some more information. We want you to benefit and to be well informed so you can spread the word. Are you over 21 years of age? Are you a lady? If you are, have you had your pap smear test? And for the young girls, are you 13 years yet? Then it's essential that you have your HPV vaccine. And here is why. Doctors say cervical cancer is the second fastest killer as regards cancer for women in developing countries. Where is the cervix located in the first place? The cervix is located at the lower part of the uterus that opens up into the vagina. Let's talk further about cervical cancer. Cervical cancer is a malignant tumor of the cervix, and this occurs when abnormal cells on the cervix grow out of control. Doctors say that cervical cancer can be treated successfully if detected early, and it can be found at a very early stage when ladies have their pap smear test. Cervical cancer is sexually transmitted, and it occurs mostly in women over 30 years. It remains one of the leading causes of cancer-related deaths for women in developing countries. What are the symptoms? Do you know of any? Researchers say that in the early stage, there are no symptoms. But later on, when the cervical cancer cells start to invade surrounding tissues, major symptoms are abnormal vaginal bleeding, pelvic pain, as well as pain during sexual intercourse. They go further to say a stroke in time could go a long way to prolong a woman's life. The HPV vaccine is most effective when given to girls and young ladies in their early teens. The full benefit of the HPV occurs only if you receive it before you are infected with any of the HPV strains. It is best to get the vaccine before becoming sexually active. Most types of HPV do not cause cervical cancer. However, some do. The HPV injection is given over a 6-month period. So far, scientists know that the vaccine is effective for at least 5 years. Researchers continue to study long-term effectiveness and whether a booster vaccine is also needed. Research also shows that the best time to get a pap smear is by the time a woman is 21 years of age, and it should be done every 2 years. Women aged 30 and older that have had 3 consecutively normal tests can start screening once every 3 years. Even if you have had the HPV vaccine, you still need to have a pap smear test because there are still 96 HPV viruses not covered by the HPV vaccine. Why is it critical to have the pap smear test? It is critical because that is how one can detect if one has cervical cancer. As painful or as devastating as the result of a pap smear test can be, it is better to know so that treatment can be started early. Doctors all over the world agree that early detection is paramount to survival, and prompt treatment with special attention to the management of the pre-invasive disease is critical and available. Women, have your pap smear test and spread the word to all the young girls you know that the HPV vaccine is essential for their survival and development. Cervical cancer can be treated, but early detection is of the utmost importance. Britta Aragan says cancer definitely changes lives, but it's up to us to determine and work out what that change will mean in our lives. Of course, it ought to be positive. If you've surmounted the challenge of cervical cancer and today you are standing tall, spread the word to all other women about the preventive measures available. We spoke with Dr. Oyeshegun Razak. He is an oncologist, and he informs us in great detail.
cancer is described as excessive growth of cells, uncontrolled and excessive growth of cells starting from a particular tissue, from a particular cell, and it grows indefinitely, uncontrollably. And then it can destroy the area where it starts from, and from there it can also send what we call metastasis to other parts of the body. It's only women, like I said, it's only women that can have cancer of the cervix, because the womb, it's only women that have womb. Men don't carry babies, so they don't have womb. So the womb, the neck, whether it's neck or body, it can only happen in women. So cancer of the cervix is a very common cancer in women. It's so common. In the past, it used to be the commonest cancer in women, but now it has been overtaken by that of breast. So it's now the second most common cancer generally in the country. You see, in the past, we used to think that cervical cancer has to do with how many children a woman has, trauma of intercourse, commoner in prostitutes, and things like that. We used to think that it was due to trauma. But now we know that science has proven that cancer of the cervix is a transmissible disease, a sexually transmitted disease. It's associated with certain viruses. Without those viruses, there cannot be that, there cannot be cancer of the cervix. And some of these viruses have been identified: human papilloma virus, HPV. There are different types. So now we know that for every cervical cancer tissue that is taken, the virus must be there. So it's a viral disease now, and it's sexually transmissible now. So it's a sexually that's why there have been vaccines that have been developed to combat this. But the vaccine will only be useful in certain category of people who should related to cervix. It's not normal for a woman, a childbearing age, to bleed after intercourse. No. So if you have intercourse and then after the intercourse you start bleeding, or the husband notices blood on the or spots, the woman start spotting blood after intercourse, that is not normal. You should seek attention. If people seek attention at that stage, they can still be caught early. But a lot of people might think that, oh, it's their menses that is coming again. There is no reason why you should be bleeding 3-4 times in a week. You've already bled for 3-4 days in a month, and then after intercourse you start bleeding again, and after intercourse start bleeding again. That is not normal. You should seek help. That's the first sign, because that means there's a sore, and with intercourse, that sore is being impinged upon, it's being knocked on. So the woman must start bleeding. The other signs are very late signs. By the time the woman is having purulent discharge, what I mean purulent, foul-smelling discharge, such that when the woman is passing, you will perceive it. You know, no, this is not normal. You almost be covering your nose. That is quite advanced. That means the tumor is grown large and is discharging purulent fluid that is foul-smelling. Or when you start having severe pain, that means that you've infiltrated. When you start having severe pain for some cancer, it means that you've infiltrated local nerves and is giving a lot of problems. It is curable. The main problem we have in Nigeria that makes cancer incurable is late presentation. There are many reasons, various reasons why people present late, but if you present, there are different stages to cancer. Start from stage 1, when it's local, confined to the cervix, until they spreads locally to involve the vagina, and then to involve the entire pelvis, and from there the bladder, the rectum. By the time it gets to that place, the bladder, the rectum, or send metastasis to somewhere, if you come at that stage, and that is the stage when most Nigerians come to the hospital, it becomes incurable. So there are not many cancers that are not curable. A lot of cancers are curable if they are caught early. But the main problem is people don't come early, or they don't know early enough to seek treatment, or they don't have the means to seek treatment early enough to be cured. But it's curable. So cancer of cervix is one cancer that is curable if it is treated, if it's caught and treated early. The earlier a patient comes, the higher the chances of cure. Most of our patients come very late, when the thing is widely disseminated both locally and distantly, at such a stage, what doctors can do is control the disease, what we call palliation. Reduce pain, reduce discharge, reduce bleeding, and not necessarily cure. But if they come at a very early stage, then it is readily curable. So what I would advise is that it's not just for cervix, any symptoms that you have that is unusual.
She's clothed in strength and dignity and laughs without fear for the future. Healthy quotes. I'm describing the strong, formidable woman who has surmounted cervical cancer. And today she's standing strong. She's ready to move on with her life. And one thing she can't do without is regular exercise, especially those which are body part specific. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Particular about the legs because your legs are working from sun up, oftentimes till sun down. You keep them busy, your feet, your ankles, your knees, your thighs, your hips. How are you working them? All around and together to ensure that you get the best results. Okay, you lift your right leg up, so it's left hand to right leg. 1, and then right hand to left leg. Left hand, right hand, left hand, right hand. Let's go. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. So now let's do it now. 10 on the same leg. Right hand to left leg. Let's do it together 10 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, the other leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So your palms down to act as a balance and support. And the idea is to lift up the right leg, hip upwards to the right hand side. Let's take it up and down. Let's go to 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, let's do the other one. Up, down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Wow! You can feel the tingle on your thighs. Go now backwards. Stretch your right leg as far as you can go and then up, down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then the left leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And lift the right leg up. So 15, 1. At the 15th call, we hold the leg up. 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Keep your legs straight, stretch out your foot and hold it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 and 15. Okay, the left leg now. Do the same. 1, 2, 3, make it stiff. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At the 15th call, we hold it up. 1, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Is a wrap. At every point in our lives, we are called upon through different challenges. When we surmount and succeed to stand tall and to stand strong and to spread the word. There is a reason why we have survived. It is to tell others about what we have experienced. Through our program today, have we enriched your life in some way? If we have, please tell others. Our desire is that everyone stay well and everyone stay well informed. Thank you for keeping our company on Wellness and Living. Thank you again for spending time on our social media handle, Wellness and Living at Nigerian Television Authority. Please do so again and again. We never tire of hearing from you, and we totally appreciate your contribution. My name is Thelma Obaza. It's a wrap now. Let's go do some more work. Next week, we'll be talking about something else that will be of benefit to you. For now, it's bye-bye.
Imagine a station where you access information. Think of a station that creates awareness for national development. Imagine a station that prepares you for a bright and greater future. A station for all ages. Documentaries, classroom and television, events coverage, children's programs and variety shows. Always stay tuned to NTA Knowledge on the StarTimes platform, channel 359. For partnership, sponsorship and advert placements, contact us on NTA Knowledge. NTA Knowledge, learning to broaden horizon.
The
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello and welcome to One on One. I am Cyril Stover. My guest is a legal practitioner and human rights activist with over 36 years cognate law practice experience. She holds a master's degree in law and was called to the bar in 1981. She has had working experience with civil society organizations and has consulted for UNICEF, the World Bank, and the British Department for International Development. She holds the national honor of Member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. Let's welcome Mrs. Mariam Uwais, Special Advisor to the President on Social Interventions, Office of the Vice President. Thanks for being with us on One on One.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Today we'll be talking about the various social intervention programs which the federal government has for the citizens. But let's start off from the premise of knowing what these intervention programs are. Easily people will just refer to a cash transfer, the NPower program, particularly the school feeding program, and so many others. But a lot of people still don't understand when you say social intervention programs. What are these programs and who are they targeted at?
Well, it's for the first time, this administration has put money aside to invest in our human capital. So generally, these 4 programs aim at stimulating productivity, especially in our rural areas, and addressing the challenges that many of our poor and vulnerable face, reducing unemployment, getting people to take ownership of their lives. So many people just need a little opportunity to enable them grow. And this is essentially what our programs are designed to do, to try and invest in them so that they're able to produce and grow.
Well, you say you target the poor.
And the vulnerable.
And the vulnerable. Yes. But then over time, various governments of Nigeria had tried to address this issue of poverty among the citizens. And easily some people would say, do you reduce poverty or do you eradicate poverty? Which is best? If you were to give someone a choice, would they like to reduce their poverty or would they like poverty to be totally eradicated?
No, realities are the challenges are so prevalent and so deep that we can attempt to eradicate, but what we're trying to do is to reduce, because poverty is a relative thing. And what we have is, we've had good programs in the past, but the challenge we had when we came in, we did some research on what has happened in the past, is that the target audience itself was not the poorest and the most vulnerable. So we designed a methodology that will enable us get to the bottom, the poorest, the most vulnerable. And this is why we came up with 3 different targeting programs to try and see how we can get to those numbers. In the past, targeting was, people would give lists of people who they felt were poor. But what we're doing now is we're looking first at the geographical mapping that exists of all the states and where the poorest local governments are, initially starting with 30% and now growing to 50% of the state. And then training people to go into those communities, in those local governments. Having them hold focus group discussions with the various groups, the women together, the men together, the youth together, community leaders together, asking them what is poverty in your own context. Because if we say everybody below a poverty line, the numbers would overwhelm us. So it has to be contextual. what the people themselves feel is poverty within their community. They give us names of people who fall into the parameters that they have drawn up, the households. And then we hold a plenary, and from that plenary we discuss it. If it appears thrice, 4 times, we know for sure that that household is in need of some support. If it appears only once, then we have a discussion. And it comes up, you know, different things come up. Oh, they're not so poor. The father has grandchildren in the US that send them dollars, but he's just a miser. He actually is not as poor as the other families that you have come up with. And then we visit those families. We go to those households and we take down the information, the demographics of that family. So how many children, how many have gone to school, what are your skills, what is your income, you know, what are your assets? We have things like Torchlight, we have things like Kettle coming up. And then when we put it on a device, the device has a proxy means testing formula. It automatically ranks them from the poorest to the least poor. Now, because our funds cannot cover the entire country, we have to ensure that we go around the entire country. We look at the poorest 100 to 150 of each ward, because we have no control over the numbers that each community throws up. But we know that we have a limited amount of money. So we target those people. And we take the biometrics of the caregiver in that family, because we're targeting consumption first. She's the one that goes to the market. She's the one that feeds the family. She's best able to manage the 5,000. We pay once in 2 months, so it's 10,000. And then we train them, we form them into cooperatives. It's actually 10,000 plus, because we train them on financial skills, on nutrition, on how to take ownership of their lives. So we get them into cooperatives and we work with them to try and see how they can graduate out of poverty. And beyond that, we're taking demographics of the community. We're collating data relating to the nearest primary healthcare center, the nearest primary school, the nearest secondary school, the connectivity issues, the nature of the road network. All of that information is necessary for the state to appreciate what it needs to do for that community. So for instance, in one state, we found that 60% of the communities that we've actually gone to don't have primary schools within 5 kilometers. So how do those children go to school? How do you expect a 4-year-old to trek 5 kilometers? So we say to the state governor, you need to put primary schools in this community if you really want, because education is key. Yeah, so that's the question.
Well, you did say that poverty is relative, but is access to social amenities also a factor here when you determine in which communities? Because I'm thinking easily you could find different communities in various parts of the country.
Yes.
And their access to social amenities may also differ. Even among those you have identified as vulnerable groups, you have a specific number you have to cover. What if they throw up 2 times, 3 times, or even 4 times that number? Who gets left out?
That's why we have the PMT formula. So we take the ones that are ranked the poorest and the most vulnerable, because we really need to draw the line at some point. Everybody below the $1 a day is being targeted, and we're hoping to pay them and to work with them. And beyond that, you know, the World Bank has given us IDA credit, so we're going to work on livelihoods. We're going to try and support the youth on that register, because this is a register that we're drawing up to handhold them through a period of 18 months of training and coaching on whatever is contextual in that state, so in that community. If it's boreholes they need, if there's culverts, if it's farming, whatever it is, and we'll give them an amount of 80,000 at the end of 18 months, so that we can support them out of poverty. And the states too are telling us, we want you to help us with our environmental issues. We want you to help us with enrollment, for instance. So they need to provide the supply side. If you say planting of trees, then yes, you need to tell us where you will give us the information where the young people will go, which will now entitle them to an additional 5, that household or the young person, to additional 5,000. Some are saying girl child education. So different things are coming up. It's malnutrition for others. So we're working with the state, but the state has to give us the supply side because it's an intervention from the federal government because there's so many challenges. But ordinarily, constitutionally, issues of education, health, agriculture, they're all mandates within the state. So because the federal government is concerned about the huge numbers, is asking us to focus and to get the states to wake up to those issues and to come, to bring to their attention what the issues are in that community.
All right. Yeah. Even for those you intervene in providing them these services and facilities, do you have some kind of gender sensitivity to it all? Because I'm seeing that certain communities, the level of the poor and vulnerable would sometimes be tilted more to, the gender than...
Well, we're targeting the caregivers in the family. Those are the people we're paying, right? But we are coming up with the demographics, desegregated data that shows the households that are headed by females, households that are run by children. Right. All of those issues are being thrown up. And we're putting every state has its own social register in the Ministry of Planning of that state. But together, we have a national social register.
How do you address those households, for instance, that are run by children? Because we do have households like that.
Yes, so we're targeting the oldest child and we're helping that child to understand or appreciate what it takes to look after and grow. And people say 5,000 is trivial. I went into a community somewhere and the women were being paid 3,500. I was amazed at what they were able to do. 3,500, it was targeted at malnutrition. It was actually a program run by DFID through Save the Children and Action Against Hunger. A woman goes round the corner, there's a little toilet at the back, and she's she confirms that she's pregnant. She's put on this program for a period of 2 years. So she has the baby, and until the baby is 2 years, right? On payday, there are demonstration lessons for food, how to preserve the nutrients, whatever is accessible in that state. And a lot of discussions go on. The women, I asked first the grievance officer that was there, don't the husbands, for instance, take the money away? He says initially they had 2 or 3 problems, but the emir and the different village heads understand because there was a lot of training. And they would call the men and say, this is meant to help your family. And it was clear to us that there was a huge difference between the children who were under that program and other villages that we stopped at who did not have that program. These children were happier, they were running all over the place. Some of them were even chubby. We asked the men, how do you feel that we pay your wives, we don't pay you? And they said there had been a lot of cattle rustling then. They weren't able to go into the farms. It was somewhere in Zamfara State. And they said, if not for this money, our wives have really been amazing.
Their egos.
Yes. They said they've been supporting us.
It didn't bruise their egos,
No,
really.
And what amazed me even more was the fact that these women were able to save, even from that 3,500. So by the time they leave, they exit from the program after 2 years, after their child becomes 2 years, they can buy small assets. They can do, small spaghetti machines or little goats, or begin to trade. Even with that, I just left thinking, how much do I even spend on a recharge card a day? And look at the way it has made a difference to these households. So it's important that we target the household because that is the way it filters into the family. And to target, we target the caregiver, and then we ask the husband, if there is a husband, to nominate one other person, just in case the caregiver is not available. And we're doing ID cards for identification and then organizing them and seeing how we can now handhold them and give them lessons. Every second month, we're talking to them about cooperatives, how to grow businesses and all of that.
Now, with the paucity of funds available to government for different and competing interests, is this sustainable really?
Well, I do agree that it is a challenge, because I know there's been a recession and we're just coming out of it, and there's so many contending demands on the money that we get. But we have the assurance that the funds that we've started getting now, we will continue getting. You know, the problem we have is growing some of the programs as we had hoped, but we really need to work within our budget. And for me, one woman that we're able to help is one woman more out of poverty. So what we're looking at is not being able to impact on others, but at least for these ones, we can be assured it's not about government giving them 5,000 every month. It's about them understanding how they can take ownership and grow their own businesses. So after a while, it's just a routine for them, and they will graduate or they will escalate out of poverty.
Okay, you must have certain mechanisms in place to assure that whoever is a beneficiary of this does not, you know, go on to become, they just sit back and say, well, it's going to come anyway.
That's the, that's what happens when you give large amounts all over the world. When you give 15,000, 20,000, that's even more than some salaried people get. So there's a dependency that grows. This is why it's deliberately a little less than what other people earn. So it sort of gingers them up to sit up, and they know that if this happens, after 2 years, 3 years, we'll be looking, reviewing our register and seeing who we have actually been able to help and who needs to go on.
Now let's come to another of those programs, which has to do with school feeding. Now, that has generated a lot of controversy. First, the critics of the government say it's not just about enrollment figures in school. They're thinking about the quality education. And if you say part of it, feeding the children would encourage them to stay in school, then it's all about the food and not about the knowledge. How do you view this?
Well, looking at the Constitution, really, the issues of education don't, at least at primary school, at state and local government level, the responsibility lies with them. What is happening now is that the states are realizing that the infrastructure is not there, the teachers don't have quality, and it's making them sit up. The federal government is concerned about the huge numbers, saying, oh, 10.5 or 11 million children out of school. And these are Nigerian children. So it's trying to get them into schools. But really, the federal government cannot take over the responsibility of uniforms, of infrastructure. UBEC has tried, but not all the states are able to get the money that put down the counterpart funding. So I understand that there's going to be a review of the law to enable the states to take more in. But what government is trying to do is to try to get the children into school. Now, it's the state that needs to make sure that the school atmosphere is safe. You know, it's near enough to where the children are. It needs to ensure that it has quality teachers. It needs to set up school-based management committees. All of these are being thrown up because the states have been a little laid back, especially for the far-flung primary schools. Now that you have huge numbers coming in, they realize, and we're hoping that they will sit up and do something about those schools.
Not all states have keyed into this program, the school feeding program. About how many do you have going?
Right now we have 18, but 3 more are about to be paid this month. You know, so what it is it's been slow because there's a process. We insist on transparency, right? So every cook that's going to be paid has to have a BVN and an account number. And all the banks that are giving them that have to take it upon themselves to go to those women where those primary schools are located to give them the money. The budget is 70 naira per meal. They're given between 70 and 150 children to cook for the week. Now, first and foremost, we have a stakeholders meeting, and the state selects the cooks. We don't know from federal where the primary schools are located. So the state SUBEB chair has to give us that information. So we have to ask the governor so that we can go through him to those schools. Then when the cooks are selected, We train them on hygiene, on financial skills, on allergies, on so many issues that would, you know, ensure that they do it right. And then the state onboards, I mean, the bank onboards them. Now, the state also links them to the farmers. So it's the poultry association or the butchers. So they get directly. They don't need to go to the farm, I mean, to the market to collect the items, because it's much cheaper even for the farmer who knows that all of my produce will get bought up. So I really don't need to sell the egg for 38 naira. I can sell it for 30 naira, which is what we're seeing. In some states, it's 27 naira that they're selling the eggs, and they sell directly to the women. So unless all of those processes are there, we won't go and give money. We pay through NIBS directly to the accounts of the women. And so nobody has access to the money. And unless we have that data, and that data matches, think about the literacy levels of these women. Sometimes they send us the data and NIB says, oh, the names do not match the BVN number. So we send it back. And unless we have 70% data that matches, the funds won't get through. Yeah.
Now, in this chain, who ensures quality control? You say for a meal, it's about 70 naira per meal. Who is there to determine that they don't get paid 70 naira per meal and what they are giving out is 20 naira per meal?
Yeah. We have set up a monitoring process, right? And we're also, we launched a Track With Me process, campaign, which has numbers of where we can be called. You see, from the very beginning, we have somebody from the Ministry of Health here, the Federal Ministry of Health, that sits down with the people in the Ministry of Health in that state, because we want only food that is readily accessible and also nutritious. And they draw up a menu for each day and cost it. And it has to fit into that amount. So now we're actually out on social media saying for this state, this is the menu, right? We hope to engage the traditional rulers, the community leaders, the faith, give that information out there, because there are all kinds of disruptions happening. We get reports, we're getting reports, oh, they're not actually being fed this amount of food, or the quantity is too small, or whatever. And we plan on sanctioning, removing cooks that are found to have reduced, or we have some people, some gatekeepers in the community that say, you must buy all your produce from me. And they add a lot of margins on it. And so how to sanction that? We find processes where the bank itself and the facilitators are actually trying to divert some of the money, because there's nothing like float anymore. It's TSA. You understand? So some of the banks are not too pleased. So we've had one bank in particular, and when we reported, I must commend the management. They sacked the 5 people that were involved, because these women are not literate. We have the women themselves that are afraid. We took some women to the nearest bank, and there was this sliding door, and they just would not go in to do their BVN. They said, no, we get in there. What if it closes and it doesn't open? You know, so we had to take the machines out to them. So there are a lot of issues that are coming up, but it's coming together. It's coming together, and what I would urge is that our public should take it upon themselves, because this program is about feeding our children, ensuring that they're healthy, you know. So what happens in the value chain that actually disrupts or diverts some of the money is like taking food out of the mouths of little children. Yeah, so the public should take it upon themselves to actually monitor and ensure it's done right.
Well, I suppose you also have a way of collaborating with the states. Some of them have challenges, like we've heard that some states have had to suspend when it was obvious that so many people who were not school pupils were accessing these meals, and in some remote areas, even teachers were accessing the meals as well.
We've heard that some of the teachers actually take all the meat and were taking action. But the particular state, I don't know if it's the same state we have in mind. There's a state that began, and we had a framework for paying directly to the teachers through bank accounts, but they paid them cash. And then when they gave us the bill, we said, how do we track, how do we audit that these payments actually got to these cooks? It's not about giving envelopes and signing off. You know, that can open up, I'm not saying it was fraudulent, but fraud can easily happen in that kind of situation. So I said, let us enumerate. Let us know how many pupils have been fed by the schools. Let's count them. And then know how many cooks were paid, and then we can pay you back. So we came to a midterm, like halfway measure. We agreed to pay them half of their bill because we knew the numbers far outweighed the half. And then now we're in the process of counting the pupils to ensure that those pupils were actually paid before we can pay them the balance. I mean, we're actually fed before we pay them the balance. But yes, and of course, some of the states we didn't pay early because money came late. You know, but all of that has been addressed now.
Okay, so these late payments have stopped.
Yes, we started paying from Friday last week, so the states have started feeding again.
Well, at some point in time, we might have to review the entire process and see just how much progress has been made.
Oh, yeah.
To see where you need to
tighten.
Tighten certain.
Yeah.
But there's also the other, I don't want to use the word controversial, but for a better word to use, which is the NPower scheme. And you do have so many young people who are saying, look, we hear a lot about the NPower scheme, but we can't access it.
Well, we opened the portal twice, right? We opened the portal last year for 3 months. We had just over 700,000 applications, out of which we selected 200,000 based on their competencies. They actually sat for general question exams online. For those states that were low in terms of application, we just took all there. But we had a lookout for gender, for physical disability, and we made sure we put in as many as we could. Now, after this year, we did 6 weeks. We opened just for 6 weeks. We had over 2.5 million that applied, and we only meant to pick 300,000. Now, bear in mind, our first year, the ministry, I mean, the National Assembly kindly appropriated 500 billion. We were only given 80 billion. This year, they appropriated 400 billion. So far, we've only got 25 billion. So we're working within those amounts. Now, when we select, we send, because everybody puts in their BVN number when you apply, and you indicate where you want to work, either in the agri sector or to teach as a teaching assistant in primary schools or secondary schools, or you work in a primary healthcare center. You can work as, you could be a doctor, or you could just be an environment person talking about hygiene or trying to organize their case management. Whatever it is that you show an interest in is where we'll put you. We took the list of 200,000, gave it to NIBS, and NIBS authenticated who was being paid what. I mean, whose number matched.
This is the network service of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
This is the Nigerian Television Authority bringing you live proceedings at the Central Bank of Nigeria Monetary Policy Committee meeting taking place at the Central Bank of Nigeria headquarters, the first in the year 2018. The last was held on the 20th and 21st of November 2017 and could not held in January due to lack of quorum, but following the approval of the Senate of the submissions or nominations of Mr. President in the persons of the 2 deputy governors and other 4 members, the Monetary Policy Committee is meeting today. At the last meeting, they maintained the status quo, retaining monetary policy rate at 14.00%, retained the cash reserve ratio at 22.5% and retained the liquidity ratio at 30%, while retaining the asymmetric corridors at plus 200 and minus 500 basis points around the monetary policy rate. What will happen today, we'll get to know in matter of moments. Prior to the time the MPC held in November, global output was projected to improve to 3.6% in 2017 from 3.2%. But Nigeria's economy has continued to record positive numbers from that very period in the area of inflationary rate and the GDP growth of the country. In arriving at its decision at that time, the committee appraised potential policy options in terms of the balance of risks. The committee also took note of the gains made so far as the result of its earlier decisions, including the stability in the foreign exchange market and the moderate reduction in inflation, and thus extensively deliberated the options regarding whether to hold, tighten, or ease the policy stance. While tightening would strengthen the impact of monetary policy on inflation with complementary efforts on capital inflows and exchange rate stability, it nevertheless could also potentially dampen the positive outlook for growth and financial stability. On the other hand, whereas loosening would strengthen the outlook for growth by stimulating domestic aggregate demand through reduced cost of borrowing, it could aggravate upward trend in consumer prices and generate exchange rate pressures. Experts have been talking on the need to either reduce or sustain the monetary benchmarks, with MPR at 14%, CRR at 22.5%, and of course the liquidity ratio at 30%. But with inflation rate on a consistent drop from 18% than to about 14%, what would happen today is what the Monetary Policy Committee members have deliberated upon from yesterday, that's Tuesday the 3rd, and of course the position paper will be presented by the chairman of the Monetary Policy Committee and Governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele.
Kick off their first meeting and start running with it, I think. So we're looking for any comments on the selection.
Call too late to put this in. It was initially 43. This is 40. Why is it 42?
Well, in arriving at the decisions of the Monetary Policy Committee, they do not only look at domestic developments, they also take into account developments on the external area. Today, we talk of the US-China trade war. What are the implications on Nigeria's economy? The Brexit negotiations, how will this impact on the nation's economy? What is the place of the domestic output developments? At the last time, data from the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, indicates that real gross domestic product, GDP, grew by 1.4% in the third quarter of 2017. But the major drivers of the real GDP growth were agriculture at 0.88% and industry 1.83%. Some subsectors contracted, including construction at 0.01%, trade 0.29%, and services at 1.02%. But the overall growth for the year 2017 stood at 0.88%. But the economy remains on a positive trajectory, with all indicators on the positive side. The committee also noted the continuous positive outlook based on the Manufacturing Purchasing Managers Index, PMI, which at the time stood at 55.0 index, with the latest still on the positive, while drawing attention to other factors. One other development was Nigeria's involvement in the Africa Union signing of Continental Free Trade Agreement, of which Nigeria rescinded its signature pending due consultation with other stakeholders. All these factors will come into play, and of course, the developments in the foreign exchange area, with the forex growing astronomically to $46 billion. It might be interesting to know that as at the last meeting of the Monetary Policy Committee, external reserves stood at $34.9 billion. But today we talk of $46 billion. Inflation at 43%. And of course, employment and others are still dropping. And of course, prices of commodities in the market has remained a bit stable. Impact made in the area of agriculture remains outstanding, with Nigeria attaining self-sufficiency in due course, with inroads made already and support given to farmers across the nation. States are queuing into the Anchor Borrowers Program of the Central Bank of Nigeria and other interventions meant to reposition the economy in line with the economic recovery and growth plan of the federal government. One major drawback that the Monetary Policy Committee will take into account is the inability of the National Assembly to approve the 2018 budget, which remains a major driver to the economic revolution that is expected to take place this year in Nigeria.
It's not time yet.
2:30. 2:15 now. Not 10 minutes.
It's not time yet.
For the businesses, but the businesses would add their opportunity cost on Naira separate from the exchange rate. So they would say that the rate is lower. No, right? So the cost of goods is lower. But the real terms is that the money also has a value. And that's where the harmonization comes from. But for a lot of people, the thought is that they're trying to intervene. This is one of their intervention activities to try and stimulate the economy, to try and stimulate activities. And to an extent, we can say that is successful. Now, if they do harmonize it without so much growth going on, will it have a strong negative impact? I think that would probably be a question that will hold them back. Right. Okay. Well, unfortunately, we do have to end it there because.
Good afternoon, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As a background, the reconstituted Monetary Policy Committee held its maiden meeting, the 260th meeting of the committee, its first in 2018 on the 3rd and the 4th of April 2018, against the backdrop of strengthening global growth and improving domestic economic conditions. The committee assessed the developments in the global and domestic economic environments during the first quarter of 2018, including the risks to price stability, financial stability, and economic growth in the short to medium term. 9 members of the committee attended the meeting. The strong headwinds which confronted the global economy in 2017 showed signs of moderation, giving way to prospects for stronger growth in 2018. Consequently, global output is projected to grow by 3.9% in 2018 from 3.7% in 2017 on the backdrop of a rebound in investments as a result of improvements in investor confidence, strengthening commodity prices, rising aggregate demand, and accommodative monetary policy, especially in the advanced economies. With the sustained recovery in oil prices, aggregate demand is expected to continue to firm up. Growth in the advanced economies is expected at 2.3% in 2018 and 4.9% for emerging markets and developing economies. The Monetary Policy Committee noted some downside risks to the outlook for global growth, to include continuing normalization of monetary policy in the advanced economies, new U.S. trade policy, uncertainties associated with the Brexit negotiations, and rising geopolitical tensions in the Middle East and on the Korean Peninsula. In the advanced and emerging market economies, inflation is projected at 1.9 and 4.5% in 2018 respectively. However, the broad indication from the International Monetary Fund is that over the medium to long term, inflation may rise at a modest pace as general economic conditions remain subdued. Assets prices and long-term yields in major financial markets are also on the increase, confirming the possibility of a future rise in the price level. Domestic output developments. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, indicate that real gross domestic product GDP grew by 1.92% in the fourth quarter of 2017, up from 1.4 and 0.72% in the third and second quarters respectively. The economy grew overall by 0.83% in 2017. The main drivers of real GDP growth were agriculture 1.08%, industry 0.56%, and trade 0.35%. Non-oil real GDP grew by 1.45% in the fourth quarter of 2017, compared with a contraction of 0.76% in the third quarter of 2017, indicating that the economy is gradually returning to a path of sustainable positive growth. The committee also noted the continuous positive outlook based on the manufacturing and non-manufacturing purchasing managers index stood at 56.7 and 57.2 index points respectively in March 2018, indicating an expansion for the 12th and 11th consecutive months. Committee believes that effective implementation of the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan by the federal government and quick passage of the 2018 budget will continue to enhance aggregate demand and confidence in the economy. Developments in money and prices. Committee noted that money supply M2 grew marginally by 0.07% in February 2018, annualized to 0.42% in contrast to the provisional growth benchmark of 10.29% for 2018. The development in M2 largely reflected growth in net domestic credit (NDA) of 24.3%, emanating majorly from net credit to government, which grew by 19.99%, annualized to 119.94 against the provisional benchmark of 33.12%. Credit to private sector also grew by 1.49%, annualized to 8.94% in February 2018, compared with the provisional annual benchmark of 14.88% for fiscal year 2018. Net foreign assets NFA contracted by 2.82%, annualized to 16.92%, compared with the provisional benchmark of minus 29.31%. Narrow money M1 also contracted by 2.77%, annualized to 16.62%. The committee urged the federal government to strongly exercise restraint on domestic borrowing in order to lower the cost of credit to the private sector. The committee noted that the continued low level of lending by banks remained a constraint to growth of the real sector of the economy. The committee advised the management of the CBN to continue to provide the required policy impetus to engender improved credit delivery to the deposit by the deposit money banks to the Nigerian economy. Inflationary pressures in the economy continue to moderate, with headline inflation year-on-year receding for the 13th consecutive month to 14.33% in February 2018 from 18.72% in January 2017. Month-on-month food inflation fell by 133 basis points to 17.59% in February 2018, and core inflation also declined marginally by 38 basis points to 11.71% during the same period. These developments were attributable to the weak exchange rate pass-through to domestic prices. Money market interest rates reflected liquidity conditions in the banking system, as the average interbank core rate increased to 12.42% in February 2018 from 9.49% in December 2017. The open buyback OBB rate also increased to 13.19% in February 2018 from 8.46% in December 2017. The movement in the net liquidity position and interest rates reflected the combined effects of OMO auctions, foreign exchange interventions, and statutory allocation to states and local governments. The committee also noted the continuous improvement in the level of external reserves, which stood at $46.699 billion as at March 29, 2018. Similarly, the oil share index rose by 8.5% from 38,243.19 on December 29, 2017 to 41,504.51 on March 29, 2018. Market capitalization improved by 10.2% from 13.61 trillion naira on December 29, 2017 to 14.99 trillion during the same period. The committee observed that while this development may be a reflection of improved investor confidence in the economy, it cautioned that the management of the bank should carefully monitor the developments and to establish mechanisms to safeguard the stability of the foreign exchange market in the event of a sudden capital reversal. The committee observed the continued rise in oil prices, but acknowledged the inherent volatility in commodity prices and urged the bank not to relent in building external reserves buffers against any future price downturns and as a means of sustaining investor confidence in the economy. The committee noted the relative stability in the foreign exchange market with declining premia across all segments of the market. It observed with satisfaction the sustained high level of activity at the investors and exporters window of the foreign exchange market. The window continues to attract more investors, thus boosting foreign exchange supply, and consequently total foreign exchange inflow through the central bank increased by 73% in February 2018 compared with the previous month. This was attributed to the increase in receipts of proceeds from petroleum profit tax, royalties, and crude oil and gas. Total outflow also increased in February 2018 by 15.69% as a result of higher payments for invisibles, interbank transactions, as well as joint venture cash calls payments. Overall outlook and risks. Forecasts of key macroeconomic indicators give a positive outlook for the Nigerian economy in 2018. This is predicated on the quick passage and effective implementation of the 2018 budget, improved security, foreign exchange market stability, as well as favorable crude oil prices. On the downside, the committee noted the potential impact of the 2019 election-related spending against the weak backdrop of tax revenue efforts herdsmen-related violence, and rising yields in the advanced economies. Indications in the US and the UK point to higher interest rates in the short to medium term. The considerations of the committee. The committee noted with satisfaction the gradual return to macroeconomic stability as reflected in the third consecutive quarterly growth in the real GDP in the fourth quarter of 2017. It also noted the continued moderation in all measures of inflation, as well as sustained stability in the Naira exchange rate, and urged the bank to sustain the stability to avoid a mission drift. In particular, committee welcomed narrowing of the exchange rate premium between the BDC segment and the investors and exporters window of the foreign exchange market. Overall, the committee noted that the recovery of the economy was strengthening in view of the return to growth of the services sector. As the fiscal sector continues to settle its outstanding liabilities, it reduces its domestic debt profile, thus increasing the liquidity of the banking system. However, the Monetary Policy Committee observed increasing monetization of oil proceeds as evident in the growing FAC distribution relative to the 2017 levels of disbursements. The committee urged the government to initiate strong stabilization programs and to freeze the growth in its aggregate expenditure and FAC distributions in order to create savings badly needed to stabilize the economy against future oil price-related shocks. Notwithstanding the general improvement in macroeconomic conditions, the committee noted the rather slow pace of moderation of food inflation. It also took note of the potential risks of a pass-through from rising global inflation to domestic prices. Members, however, expressed confidence that the tight stance of monetary policy would continue to complement other policies of government in addressing some of the structural issues underlying the stickiness of food prices. The committee noted that at 14%, the policy rate was tight enough to rein in current inflationary pressures. The committee therefore reaffirmed its commitment to price stability conducive to sustainable and inclusive growth. The committee noted with satisfaction the gradual implementation of the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan in an effort to stimulate economic recovery. In the same vein, the committee urged quick passage of the 2018 appropriation bill by the National Assembly so as to keep fiscal policy on track and deliver the urgently needed reliefs in terms of employment and growth for its citizenry. The committee noted the relatively strong balance sheets of the deposit money banks and the stable outlook. This is in spite of the concentration of non-performing loans in a few sectors, which the committee observed was satisfactorily being addressed by adequate mechanisms established by the bank to address the phenomenon. The committee also noted that as government pays off its huge contractor debts, a sizable portion of these non-performing loans will be addressed. The committee urged the bank to strengthen its supervisory oversight and early warning systems to promptly identify, monitor compliance with extant prudential regulations, sustain macro-prudential policy, and manage emerging vulnerabilities in the banking system. The committee reiterated the bank's commitment to delivery of low-interest credit as evidenced in its bold steps to adopt unconventional monetary policy to aid credit flow to vulnerable and growth-enhancing sectors of the Nigerian economy. The committee therefore enjoined the bank to continue to support and encourage credit delivery at single-digit interest rate through mechanisms in the interim, while encouraging the banking system to establish frameworks to increase credit delivery to the employment-generating sectors of the economy. In consideration of available data and evolving macroeconomic indicators, the Monetary Policy Committee is committed to revisiting its decision in the short to medium term as the fundamentals evolve. Committee's decision. In reaching its decision, the committee appraised potential policy options in terms of the balance of risk. The committee also took note of the gains made so far as a result of its earlier decisions, including the stability of the foreign exchange market, the moderation in inflation rate, as well as the restoration of economic growth. The launching of the Food Security Council by the federal government to improve food sustainability is a step in the right direction. The committee was concerned about the fiscal distortions associated with absence of buoyancy between the GDP growth and tax revenue, and urged the fiscal authorities to deploy appropriate corrective measures to address this phenomenon. The committee was of the view that further tightening will strengthen the impact of monetary policy on inflation, with complementary effects on capital flows, indeed positive effects on capital flows and exchange rate stability. Nevertheless, it could potentially dampen the positive outlook for growth and financial stability. However, a committee of the view that loosening would strengthen the outlook for growth by stimulating domestic aggregate demand through reduced cost of borrowing. This may, however, lead to a rise in consumer prices, generating exchange rate pressures on the currency in the process. The committee also believes that loosening could worsen the current account balance through increased importation. On the argument to hold, the committee believes that key variables have continued to evolve in line with the current stance of macroeconomic policy and should be allowed more time to fully manifest. In consideration of the foregoing, the committee decided unanimously by a vote of all members present to retain monetary policy rate MPR at 14% alongside all other policy parameters. Consequently, MPC voted unanimously to retain 1. MPR at 14%, 2. CRR at 22.5%, 3. Liquidity ratio at 30%, and 4. Asymmetric corridor at plus 200 basis points and minus 500 basis points around the MPR. I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Governor. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have listened to the 117th communique of the MPC of CBN. It is time, if there are any questions. It's so clear. If there are questions, you may just walk up here. Tell us your name and the organization you work for. But please remember that we have the house rules here. You do not depart from the subject matter raised in this communique.
Yeah, thank you very much, Director. Let me, first of all, on behalf of the management of the Central Bank of Nigeria, thank the President Muhammadu Buhari for nominating our new members to the Monetary Policy Committee, and also seize this opportunity to also thank the leadership of the Senate of the National Assembly for confirming these nominees. I seize this opportunity to please introduce them. Mr. Edward Lematek Adamu is appointed Deputy Governor. Mrs. Aisha Ahmad, Deputy Governor. MPC members are Dr. Robert Asogwa on my left, Professor Adeola Adenikinju on my right, and Dr. Aliyu Rafindadi Sanusi also on my right. I think it's important that I let all of us know that this members have gone through intensive induction in the last couple of days, and they have been fully apprised of their responsibilities as members of the Monetary Policy Authority, and they are aware of the onerous responsibility this imposes on them, and I can assure all of you that they are well qualified and skilled to carry on this responsibility. I'd heard in the course of the interviews, pre-communique interviews, somebody making a comment that maybe because they are new, that maybe the decision will be to hold. It has nothing to do with the fact that they are new. They went through strong induction, and like I've always said, the members of the Monetary Policy Committee are independent-minded people who come in with no preconceived mission or decision. They come in, data is presented by the Monetary Policy Committee, Monetary Policy Department, and based on that, they make up their mind as to the choice of options that they're going to go for. So today we've decided, based on data available, not because they are new, but because we have a strong set of people who understand their responsibilities and have decided to hold positions for now. Thank you. Question time.
Okay. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, sir. My name is Udo from Premium Times. So if I heard you well, you said that the foreign reserve has risen up to 46.99. 69 as at 29th of March. Now, I am bothered about a few things there. Number one, it has to do with the fact that I want to know exactly what is the composition of this National Reserve. Because I've had interactions with some analysts who said that the bulk of this reserve that we call, Nigeria cannot touch it because it's amounted to a lot of proceeds from the Eurobond debt, which the federal government has already taken the Naira equivalent and to use in paying debt. So in that case, is it possible that today, if we have the need for a refinery, we can reach into this, our reserve, to take some money there and build a refinery, if indeed. So if you cannot touch, why can't we touch it? Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nancy Naji, the head business desk, Dark Communications PLC. I want to ask, Governor, you did say in your statement that you would be coming up with mechanisms to allow banks have efficient credit delivery system to people that need credit. I want to know what those mechanisms are, because a lot of Nigerians are reeling from high interest rates. You know what I'm talking about, 28-30% in the banks. And I just got to understand even this morning that the CBN is giving banks more stringent conditions to give to those they are giving, banks are giving monies to for collaterals. So how can we have effective credit delivery system moving forward since all rates are being held, status quo still maintained? Thank you.
Thank you. So that's the end of the questions. Mr. Governor.
Allow more questions now.
Sir, but they are not ready. It's so clear. The communique is so clear. Okay.
Mr. Governor, sir, my name is Issa Abdoha from New Telegraph newspapers. There are concerns for the rise of NPL in the banking sector, and you did say that you urge federal government to pay contractors' debt so that these loans can be paid. What other measures could you propose?
Thank you. I think the governor can answer the questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And I'm happy that the communique explains the circumstances that we find ourselves now, therefore making it so clear. And we have just only about 2 or 3 questions. That the foreign reserves is at 46.69 billion, and that you are concerned about the composition of foreign reserves. The bulk, being Eurobond. Yeah, let me tell you, let me say this, that the total amount that has been raised through Eurobond since last year is less than $6.5 billion. Even if we deduct $6.5 billion from 46.69, it's still about 40 billion, which we have. And that is an ample size. But again, it's important for you to know that once the Eurobond proceeds got into the central bank reserves and it's converted from dollar to naira, it ceases to be money belonging to the fiscal. It becomes part of CBN reserves, which can be used as and when we deem it necessary to do so. It's not the information that you have that the bulk of the reserves cannot be used is untenable. However, when you ask whether it can be used to build refineries, I dare say that that's not the way it works. The federal government is encouraging private sector investors to come into refineries. And what we do expect, though, is that when those private sector investors are coming into the refinery business, if they are foreign, then they will come with their dollars, so they won't need our dollars. But if they are local and they will need to import the refinery equipment, of course, we have lots and ample of dollars to allocate to them for them to bring in their equipment. And I can assure anyone who is interested in going into refinery business, if you have your license from the federal government, we will accord priority to you to import those refineries because we badly need them here. We know, and you all know, that importation of petroleum products into the country constitutes a large portion of our import, at some point rising to as high as 25% of our import volume. And we think that if we accelerate the process of encouraging investors to go into refinery business, it will certainly help our reserve position, conserve our foreign exchange for importation of goods that we cannot produce in Nigeria. AIT Nancy talked about mechanisms that will allow or compel deposit money banks to lend money to the weak. From time to time, the Banking Supervision Department that primarily supervises or that has direct oversight on the operations of banks puts in place policies that will encourage credit. The Monetary Policy Committee indeed looked at the size of credit to the economy and are not very satisfied that credit growth has not been as good as we thought. For instance, between November or December last year till February, the volume of credit has practically plateaued at 16 trillion naira, which we consider very, very low because we think that for us to really push for growth, then deposit money banks must one way or the other be encouraged to grant credit to those who need credit. And the details as to the kind of guidelines that will be unfolded by the central bank to the deposit money banks to encourage them to increase credit to the private sector so as to catalyze growth in the economy will be made available in due course. However, it's important for us to know that the CBN will continue to adopt, like I said in the course of reading the communique, that will continue to adopt the unconventional monetary policy approach that is in line with our development finance objectives to pursue, to accelerate credit to the weak, to the needy, to priority sectors of the economy at single-digit interest rates with a view to ensuring that we play our own role to catalyze growth in the country. Here we're talking about not only to the SMEs, to the agri sector particularly, and also to some very important and core manufacturing sectors in the economy at single-digit interest rates. We will accelerate it, and I think that the president about 2 weeks ago inaugurated the Presidential Food Security Council, which the committee applauds, and I'm sure that whatever support that is needed to boost food security in Nigeria, that the Central Bank of Nigeria will support those measures. Daily Telegraph talks about the NPL and the payment of the contractor debt. We've been very clear about it. The size of contractor debts is almost close to about 3 trillion, about 2.7 trillion. And it would be nice. And most of these, because these debts are unpaid to the contractors themselves are unable to service or pay back their loans at the banks. And that's why we seized the opportunity of this communique to also talk about it, so that these debts can be paid. The central bank itself stands ready to accord some form of liquidity status to some of these debts. And through that mechanism, we believe that NPLs will recede, and then the economy, the banks can now continue to play their role, which is to catalyze growth and support credit delivery to the Nigerian economy. I thank you.
Thank you so very much. And once again, we thank you for attending this very first meeting of MPC in 2018. See you again when we call you. Thank you very much.
This is the 117th communique of the Central Bank of Nigeria Monetary Policy Committee, where the committee looking at developments in the external and domestic sectors adopted to hold on to their current position or maintain the status quo, as the case may be, with monetary policy rate at 14%, cash reserve ratio at 22.5%, liquidity ratio at 30%, and that asymmetric corridors of plus 200 and minus 500 basis points. And the governor also touched on adopting a conventional monetary policy approach to achieve single-digit interest rate, supporting small and medium enterprises, and all that. This and more form the basis of their submission today in order to put the economy on the trajectory of growth. On that note, we'd like to especially thank you for being part of this live telecast by Nigerian Television Authority, the largest television network in Africa. On commentary has been Cliff Ayoze, and we thank you all.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the U-Report link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
You're welcome to Corruption, the musical. Ooh. This one na corruption song. This one na corruption song. Yeah. This one na corruption song. This one na corruption song. No be about government people. This one na for everyday people. Yeah. No job, yeah. You go look for left, you go look for right. Even though you're qualified, then carry the job, give them family. Na koni. You say where man they work, na dirty man go chop. So you take food meant for displaced people and sell it in the market for money. You buy malaria drug, you take it in the morning, you take it in the night. Condition they was discovered clean and fake drug. Now goni. You get for special center to write the exam. Before exam, they give you answer, they give you question. You get this thing shot, yeah. Now goni. woman, you no go feed talk, they no go give you jobs. They say your job dey for kitchen and the other room. Now make una hear me, make you hear me, make you hear me. You dump red views inside the lagoon. The lagoon overflow, now there's a flood in your room. Now you claim to have a job, but you doing talent fraud. Mr. Entrepreneur, now you the break all and you the kid all right. Now wow, share now your private property. You the spoil everything with audacity. We the see you. We the see you. And the conny people, yo, and the conny do. We the see. This song is not about the person sitting next to you or one friend you knew a long time ago. It's about you and you too. We see you. We see you. Oh shit. Hey.
Nigerians. Suicide bombers are not spirits. They are not ghosts. They are human beings like you and me. They live amongst us. They are your neighbors. They are your friends today, but terrorists tomorrow. So you must know your neighbor now. Security begins with you and me. Know your neighbor. Be vigilant. Be security conscious. Report suspicious persons, objects, and movements to the police and other security agencies. The security of our nation is a duty for you and me.
If you see something, say something. Nigeria, unite against terrorism. This message is brought to you by the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Oloibiri is a town in Ogbia area of Bayelsa State. It is credited as the country's first point of crude oil discovery in January 1956.
Nigeria is blessed with arable land and lush vegetation. Every season, the agricultural sector harvests various food crops and cash crops. Alongside these, we are blessed with medicinal plants which are essential in tackling our health issues. The list of these plants are endless, with huge potentials.
They are readily around us, they are available. These are things that we should be able to plant within our surroundings for immediate use, which is healthier.
We have huge potentials in Nigeria with respect to herbal medicine. Huge, I can tell you.
An inventory on what is available in the various geopolitical zones is amazing.
We have over 8,000 species of medicinal plants in Nigeria, and yet we have not tapped up to 25%. So that means for those of us who believe and often talk to medicinal plants, they come and they go. They are not happy. Why? Because of underutilization. The Northwest, we identified Moringa. Moringa oleifera, commonly known as everybody, I'm sure 80% of Nigerians will know that Moringa oleifera zogale is a vegetable that is eaten in the northern part of this country. It's used in making soup, it's used in making salad. Then for the Northeast, we discovered that the plant called Hibiscus subderifa. You know what is, I'm sure everybody knows zobo. Zobo is very common in Northeast. They use it in making soups, they use it in making drinks, and there are two, there is white variety, there is red variety. The red variety is the one you take zobo, you get the flour, the zobo. Then the white variety, they use it in making a kind of soup. Then for North Central, we looked at If you see how it is massively grown, ginger, particularly in Kaduna, ginger is a plant that has many medicinal value all over the world, well documented. Friendly, home friendly, mothers, everybody can have it. In your gardens, you can have it. This is something readily available. We go to the southern region, southwest. We give them a plant which they don't even know and appreciate. Ephiri, Basil gratusinum, or Basil ocimum. That is what they call Ephiri in Yoruba. They call it Nchau in Igbo. In Hausa, we call it Odoya. For the south, we gave them what we called Vennonia amagladina. Bitter leaf. Every home has bitter leaf. But we are looking at beyond, for goodness sake, I've always said it when I'm being activated. You take bitter leaf as soup. Have you ever thought of what else can you use bitter leaf for? This is what we want to do, value addition. So we gave the south bitter leaf. Then the southeast, Ugu, Telferia occidentalis. There is no home, I don't think of any home that doesn't know Ugu. But we want to look at beyond knowing it at soup. Our grandparents made it, our mothers made it to soup. You as educated, what have you done to Ugu? Excellent in the management of anemia, excellent in giving sickle cell patients, excellent in pregnant and lactating mothers, for goodness sake. So why don't we put it in a form to make it better?
Globally, there is a reawakening of the potentials of herbal preparations in the healthcare system and even as a source of income and foreign exchange earnings. Indeed, countries like India and China are big players as they have, through research, manufactured herbal products for export, which are being used worldwide to complement orthodox medicine. Why then is Nigeria lagging behind?
Our best bet is to encourage ourselves for this product of ours. This is how India, this is how China all develop. You don't find a doctor from China or from India talking openly to say that their herbal product, these are not working. So we should learn to be patriotic so that whatever comes out of our country here, subject it to the highest level of ethical, clinical, whatever, before you condemn it. For instance, we are using all the procedures that are required up to WHO. Toxicity, stability, we are doing it. And these are the requirements legalistically that all herbal products must subject themselves to. This we have done. And we have passed a NAFDAC test for those ones that they have approved. So where are the issues? The fear, for us to end it, the fear about herbal medicine has to do with dosing, standardization.
Aside from the health benefits Nigerians can derive from the cultivation and the processing of medicinal plants, there are also many economic benefits.
1, health benefits. 2, of course, nutritional benefits. 3, economic benefits. And cultivation is easy, readily available. All we need to do is to now tell the farmers to grow more. And you know what it means. If you tell farmers to grow more, that means revenue, wealth, and economic and health benefits.
What are the efforts being made so far to improve upon what we have and conform to the best practices in manufacturing pharmaceutical products for the benefit of mankind?
The Minister of Health is working very hard. The last Herbal Day, the minister made a pronouncement that plans are on to integrate herbal medicine. The preparatory ground has been done by a herbal medicine policy, which has been developed at the level of Federal Minister of Health.
Adding value to what we have, thereby making farmers smile home with more cultivation.
As it is now, NAFDAC can only guarantee safety, but not efficacy. There's a borderline between safety and efficacy. Safety of medicine suggests that NAFDAC, once a herbal product has the seal of authority of NAFDAC, it is listed by NAFDAC, it suggests that you can use it. It is safe for you. It will not harm you. But we cannot guarantee the efficacy. In other words, doing exactly what, in terms of its curative potency.
It is therefore essential for us to look inwards and improve upon what we have so that we can tap from our immense God-given resources.
I am Adeola Omokibi, and the program you're watching is Sports Real. Keep a date with us.
Fans, they don't understand the rules or the laws of the game.
Hello and welcome to that program of yours on the NTA Sports Channel, Knowing Golf.
Thanks for joining us on another edition of Sports Guests on the NTA. My name is Kenem Emma Abodike. Welcome indeed to Saturday Sports Arena on the NTA Sports 24.
It will not be if you continue to just have these vague means of saying these are the yardsticks I want to use.
League Service, a program designed to bring you up to speed with happenings in Nigeria football leagues.
Nigerians. Suicide bombers are not spirits. They are not ghosts. They are human beings like you and me. They live amongst us. They are your neighbors. They are your friends today, but terrorists tomorrow. So you must know your neighbor now. Security begins with you and me. Know your neighbor. Be vigilant. Be security conscious. Report suspicious persons, objects, and movements to the police and other security agencies. The security of our nation is a duty for you and me.
If you see something, say something. Nigeria unite against terrorism. This message is brought to you by the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Can I see your particulars, sir?
Officer, my particulars no dey here.
In that case, you'll have to come with me to the police station.
Officer, which levels? Where I for find you something make you take arrange your weekend.
What? Offense number 1, driving without particulars. Offense number 2, trying to bribe an officer of the law.
I won't harass Nigerians or take bribe. Change begins with me.
This message is brought to you by the National Orientation Agency in conjunction with the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the U-Report link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Monetary Policy Committee meets for the first time this year. World Bank sets new environmental social standard criteria for investments. Global stocks begin second quarter in the red as trade war between U.S. and China take toll, sending oil prices high. Bahrain announces it has discovered 80 billion barrels of oil, which is as much as Russia's oil reserves. This is Business Express, reaching you from our Abuja studio. I am Musa Abubakar. The Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria Tuesday began its first ratings meeting for the year and wrapped up minutes ago with a briefing by the governor of the Apex Bank, Godwin Emefiele. We have been joined by David Ahe-Ruvo, an economic expert and a former official of the Central Bank, to discuss the outcome of the meeting. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Can you give us a quick rundown of the numbers?
Well, the economic policy is maintaining its former data largely, saying that the rate is not changing. That is the MMR. And with that, it means that the data gotten and analyzed from the economic indices are not too different. Otherwise, it is required that they will have changed the policy or the rate.
Okay.
So,
what are the implications to the economy?
Well, the implication is that we are still where we are yesterday.
Okay.
And on that basis, we need to improve the economic activities. Otherwise, it will, stagnation is as bad as non-performance, or as bad as failure. Because if all other countries are progressing and we are not progressing, or our data is still reading the same thing, then something must be wrong. It means that all that we claim we are doing has not gotten a positive effect.
Okay.
So, and the MRR is an indication. It's a regulatory tool that other banks will use to manage their own finances.
Okay.
So the lower it is, the better. And the higher it is, the worse it is for us.
Okay. Okay, for investors who have adopted a laid-back position to the Nigerian economy, how would they receive it?
No, they will receive it as if nothing has happened, nothing has improved. That is the way they will look at it. Because if you say our MRR is 11%, 10%, or 12%, 2 or 3 quarters ago, and it's still the same thing today, it means that you have not improved.
Okay.
It is expected that there should be a progressive improvement on the MRR. on the rate so that it can affect the economy positively. You should know that it is based on that we have the interest rate targeted, we have the inflationary rate targeted. So on this, if it has not changed positively, then something is need to be done about it.
Okay. The current trade war between China and U.S., and we have seen the position of the MPC, how would that likely affect the outcome of the activities on the floor of Nigerian Stock Exchange?
Well, the effect on the Nigerian Stock Exchange is that those that might want to invest in existing companies, we look at it, we look at what has happened in the last 2 quarters when the MPC met. And they will make an analysis of whether they still need to invest. And of course, the easiest investment channel will have been through the stock exchange. Then the second is through the direct investment. Now, if they want to invest in the stock exchange and they discover that your MPR has not changed, and which will consequently affect the profitability of companies, then they will think back. Now, talking about the war between China and America, you discover that what these two giants are doing is they are protecting their economy. And of course, that's what Nigeria should do as well. Nigeria should protect its economy. Everybody comes individually before we talk of community living. If we say we belong to world body and we become a free field, or what I call a Father Christmas, then everybody will feast on you. Nigeria has no protectionism agenda for its economy, and that's why we are worst off, because everybody come and do whatever he likes. And this war between China and America is to protect their economy. You discover that even the steel industry, America has closed up largely on China, and China is retaliating and all that. So it is necessary, and it's just very informative, that we too should go ahead and formulate policies that will protect our economy so that we can benefit from their war. We can benefit from their warfare by going to the more favorable economy.
What do you think is the likely impact on other activities like trade and other investment?
Yeah, trade and investment, for example, if we have direct investment from these foreign countries who are willing to come in, they should be encouraged. You see, Nigeria has a way of discouraging investors, and that is very, very unfortunate. One of it is what the Vice President in the last 6 months has tackled by making effort to establish what is called ease of doing business in Nigeria. We have a way of discouraging investments. Everybody wants a free cake before the capital is put to utilization. And that is not going to work in our favor.
Okay, now how do you think we can improve on that?
Apart from that ease of doing business, there is a need for transparency in our doing businesses or with foreigners, in our asking for investments. If I'm a foreigner and I want to bring in my money, and I reach Nigeria and you said, look, unless you give me so amount, you can't invest in my country, then I will rather go to another country where I will not be asked for an upfront. Second thing is this, is the infrastructure. And we have been crying for over years now that power is key to any economic development. When God created the world, the first thing he do is to create light, and light is power. And if that is not in place up till now, then we have not yet started. There must be a power, there must be infrastructures in place, transportation, ease of transportation, ease of power, and all that. should be in place, and it will bring in the investors, and the government should be able to give a steady assurance to the investors that, look, they are free to invest, and nobody's going to inflate their contract for them, and that things are going to be done genuinely and transparently. Only then we can see a good flow of investment from abroad.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. We've been talking to David Ahe-Ruvo, an economic expert and the former official of the central bank.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
To other development, the World Bank has estimated that 36% of the very poor, of 50 million people, have escaped extreme poverty due to social safety nets, providing clear evidence that social safety net programs are making a substantial impact in the global fight against poverty. The impact of social safety nets on poverty is measured based on available household data by comparing the welfare of the safety nets beneficiaries to what it would have been had they not received such support. Data from the State of the Social Safety Nets 2018 report shows that safety nets, which include cash, in-kind transfers, social pensions, public works and school feeding programs targeted the poor and vulnerable households, also lower inequality and reduce the poverty gap about 45%, even if they do not emerge from poverty. These positive effects of safety net transfers hold true for low and middle income countries alike. The report, however, notes that despite the increased adoption of safety net programs by countries in recent years, global coverage of poor and vulnerable people remains inadequate. About 2.5 billion people worldwide are covered by social safety net, of which 650 million are in the poorest 20%. Developing and transition countries spend an average of 1.5% of GDP on social safety net programs, with many countries spending more on such programs because they see the impact they make on poverty reduction. The report notes that countries in sub-Saharan Africa and Asia are also introducing flagship social safety net programs and are rapidly expanding the coverage. The World Bank has said it will apply the new environmental and social framework to new investment projects it finances from October. To this regard, the Apex lender has held a workshop for movement officials to acquaint them with the bank's new requirements for its finance projects in Nigeria. World Bank Nigeria Country Director, Mr. Rashid bin Masaoud, said the new requirement seek to protect people and the environment from potential adverse impact that could arise from World Bank finance projects and promote sustainable development. He added that the framework will assist the borrowing government to manage certain environmental and social risk in investment projects proposed for World Bank financing support. Meanwhile, the Minister of State for Environment, Ibrahim Jibril, says that the government is in support of any policy that focuses on environmental and social protection. Under the new framework, the bank will classify all projects into 4 classes: high risk, substantial risk, moderate or low risk. In August 2016, the World Bank's Board of Executive Directors approved the ESF, which will go into effect in 2018 and progressively replace the bank's safeguards. Now, moving on to the second leg of our discussions, China said it will place 25% trade tariffs on 106 U.S. goods, including soybeans, cars, and orange juice. The tit-for-tat action comes hours after Washington detailed about 1,300 Chinese products it intended to hit with tariffs. Now it also sets the tariffs at 25%. The White House said its proposal were a response to unfair Chinese intellectual property practices. Earlier, Beijing said it strongly condemns and firmly opposes the proposed U.S. tariffs, calling them unilateralistic and protectionist, and vowing to retaliate. It then responded with specifics as the Chinese Finance Ministry published a list of its own. Chinese Commerce Ministry states the products targeted by the Chinese tariffs were worth $50 billion in 2017. U.S. chemicals, some types of aircraft, and corn products are among the goods facing the taxes. Extra tariffs will also be placed on whiskey, cigars, and tobacco, some types of beef, lubricants, and propane, and other plastic products. Economists had previously warned the Trump administration's move to penalize China with the tariffs could prompt Beijing to retaliate and lead to higher prices for U.S. consumers. I'm being joined by Ken. Oka-Oha, President of the National Association of Nigerian Traders. Sir, it's good to have you join us.
Thank you very much.
Okay, it's a battle of tariffs out there between the two strong economies. What's the opportunity for Africa?
I think it's important for us to first contextualize the system and then the platforms on which these two economies are operating. And of course, we are looking at the United States on one hand, the largest economy of the world, and then one that is talking about protectionism now, and China on the other hand, talking about liberalism. And you look at these two, elephants. One, the U.S. has been a member of the GATT right from 1948, and then entered into the WTO right from the inception in 1995, alongside with Nigeria and other countries. And China, on the other hand, just entered the WTO 11th of December precisely, 2001. Now look at this, and you ask yourself, how come that China was able to, just get into the liberalization agenda of the WTO so late? And that tells you that, they had to close up their economy in that protectionist agenda. And look away from that a bit. Let's step into, the dispute that is going on between them now, which people are parading as war, which is not wrong anyway. U.S. has been with the WTO dispute settlement as, a complainant in 117 cases. And China has been as a complainant in 15 cases only. Then the U.S. has been with the WTO dispute settlement as a respondent in 136 cases, whereas China has only been there for 40 cases as a respondent. Now, both of them have been there as third party for 142 cases, both sides. Now, what does that make? It tells us that whereas the United States had an economy that was staunch, that was solid, China closed up and built up its infrastructure, built up its manufacturing sector, built up its production capacity. And what has happened today is that as soon as they entered into the WTO, within that membership clause, some factories started relocating to China from the US, from the European Union, and from all the big economies. And China today opened up to them. It's like swallowing them up. And what they are seeing now is that, look, if we are not careful, China is going to take over everything. And therefore, it's like, come on, my friend, enough is enough. Let's stop here. And we're going to see many more cases getting to the WTO over this matter. The US did not come with tariff as a complaint. On the 26th of March, precisely, this particular March that just left, US came to the WTO dispute settlement now with a complaint on intellectual property rights. But that's not regard to the tariffs, trade tariffs that is mentioned there. I think we need to look at the benefit, I mean, the lessons for Nigeria here. And I think this is the next question you would want to ask.
Okay, it's time global bodies like, don't you think it's time global bodies like the World Trade comes in? Yeah,
of course, the case, I mean, the complaint has been filed before the WTO already. I've said that on the 26th of March, the US tendered that complaint. But then the WTO will look at the case based on its merit, and China has already slapped its own tariff on the US. And what does that look like? He's saying, come on, my friend, we're equal parties in this particular matter. I know you, and you know me too. And I know that, I have what it takes. I have a market here. I have the people, I have the infrastructure, I have the economy that's buoyant enough. And therefore, let's look at how much we can open. What China is looking for is open the economy as much as possible. Let's play.
Okay. There are some products that have been taxed. Amongst them, there are pigs and fruits, wine, and wheat, some certain wheat. Don't you think it's an opportunity for African
This is where
countries?
I think Africans have opportunity now. But depending on how long this will last. Because I see a situation where US will also bulge. I see it coming because it's going to affect their market. Don't forget that China has a market of about 1.4 billion, which is the population. And then for Africa, that has about 1.2 billion. I thought that would have been an entry point. And that's why we've been knocking at the doors of African countries, especially countries like Nigeria, that has a market population of 200 million people. They said, look, if we had prepared our economy in a way that it could accept a strong industrial capacity, a strong manufacturing base, a very strong policy that will galvanize all of this, then Nigeria would have been smiling now. When these two elephants are fighting, it is the countries like Nigeria and African countries that will be milking the fruits.
Okay, specifically, what are the available opportunities?
The available opportunities are there, so buoyant. Why? Because the raw materials that many of these countries are using now are still coming from Africa.
Okay.
But if we had developed these raw materials and gone an extra mile in developing them, that would have been a very strong market to be locating.
Okay.
And Nigeria will be getting revenue from them.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. We've been talking to Ken Oka-Oha, President of National Association of Nigerian Traders. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
And to other development, let's see how currencies are traded. The Nigerian capital market resumed a new week, month and quarter Tuesday after the Easter holiday and closed in the negative. Let's have the details with Amina Nujam.
After the public holiday, with the OSHA index in negative territory, depreciating by 1.56% to close at 40,855.64 basis point, while market capitalization stood at 14.75 trillion naira. 365 million shares valued at 6,269 billion naira were traded in 4,173 deals. The financial sector remained the most traded stocks as Zenith Bank, Transco and Sterling Bank emerged the most traded stocks. Caverton, Law Union and Rock and NEM Insurance ended the session top of the gainers table, while Fidelity Bank, Transco and Japul Oil closed top of the losers table.
U.S. stocks are beating the retreat after China bites hard on exports. Let's join Bosade Abel for the report.
Many African stocks ended trading Tuesday on a positive note. Ghana Composite Index closed at 3,366.85 on a safe 0.00%. Kenya's Nairobi All-Share Index closed at 191.92, gaining 0.36%. Tunidex went up 7,188.81 and gained 0.09%, while South Africa's JSE Top 40 lost as much as 3.00%. Global equities broke out from a mixed session in early trading today, as investors are contending with tighter monetary policy from the Federal Reserve. The S&P rose 1.26% in New York, and Nasdaq index added 1.04% as Dow Jones also went up. European stocks were on a downward trend. FTSE stock went down 0.78% to close at 3,320.98. DAX index lost 1.16%. CAC 40 index lost 0.39%. Asian stocks closed mixed Wednesday, with the Hang Seng Index declining 2.19% as the yen advanced. Nikkei gained 0.13% to close at 21,319.55. In the same vein, Topix Index of Tokyo lost 0.14%. Boss Today Able, Business Express.
That's the much we can take on this edition of Business Express. Keep a date with us Friday, same time and same station. I am Musa Abubakar.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hi guys, it's a beautiful day to be alive. Of course, I go by the name of Ray Adika, aka Remarkable, and this is Vibes Extra. That show that gives you that extra on entertainment. Plus, well, I'm never alone. I have with me the energy bomb by himself, none other than Mr.
The Tingle. You already know, ladies and gentlemen.
It's your boy and Ziki. Happy New Year. This is 2018. And there is a lot that is packed out for you right here this year, right here on Vibes Extra. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to stick around, sit back, relax, because you know you're rocking with the best and we're coming with the bomb. Don't go nowhere.
See you guys in a bit.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, you welcome back to the show. This is still Vibes Extra, and you already know. Ladies and gentlemen, we got so much for you guys today on the show. We got the entertainment news, we've got the close-up segments, and also we've got the
plus 5 trending videos, and plus out on the streets where we go and interact with the fans of the show. Talking to you guys and getting your opinions and stuff. And sometimes some of these opinions are some are nice, some intelligent, some a bit cray, a bit.
Real crazy.
But we like to go to you guys, so
yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take it away.
Our top 5 trending videos for this week. At number 5, Nasty C featuring Runtown said,
Up with the weights, I work. Down with the pack, I roll. Up with the sack, and you know that I deserve it. Half and half when we split the perks. Yeah, the preacher man said, please remember that your savior's on the way. I still remember when the teacher man said, I wouldn't make it, but I made it anyway. I remember say it wasn't easy. Right now, everything is amazing. Steady dropping them logo. Them are taking my photo. I remember that they telling me no. Right now, everything is global. Steady dropping them logo. My photo. I put the label on full effect. I keep the prayers in motion and no pulling back. I was boxed in, all the boxes that I couldn't.
He was speaking during the inauguration of new members of the boards of 4 agencies under the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development. The agencies are the Nigerian Geological Survey Agency, NGSA, Council of Nigerian Mining Engineers and Geoscientists, COMEG, Nigeria.
Father, plenty money for my backyard. Plenty money for my house, yo. No recession for where you did. Oluwa visit me, I dey wait, yo. Àlejò lówó, mo ti mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ o. Ẹ fún mi ò ní yàyò káyò. Baba bless me, oh, I no go stingy, oh. Try me make you see, I no go get time. Money, yeah.
Metallurgical Development Center, NMDC, and the National Steel Raw Materials Exploration Agency. Mr. Emabasi was appointed chairman of the NGSA board, while Chief Godspower Okoye and Barrister Sebastian Ibezim will chair COMEG and NMDC boards respectively. The Steel Raw Materials Exploration Agency board will now be chaired by Dr. Yomi Fini. While inaugurating the board, Dr. Fayemi said it is important for the new appointees to bring their wealth of experience to bear on their agencies to move the mining industry forward, in line with the economic recovery and growth plan of the federal government.
I therefore call on all concerned to study and strictly adhere to the laid down laws that have clearly defined the roles and responsibilities of the board members. We have made available to all chairmen and board members the Nigerian Mining and Minerals Act 2007, the mining laws that oversees the sector. We've also made available the mining policy, the mining guidelines, and other relevant documents that we believe would be of assistance to introducing yourself to the sector if you're not already familiar with the sector.
Speaking on behalf of the newly inaugurated chairman, Mr. Emabasi expressed gratitude for the opportunity given them to serve, saying that they will perform their duties diligently and lawfully.
And we must all be appreciative to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for thinking it wise and deeming it fit to get also appointed to help in driving the administration to some good notes.
Earlier in his opening remarks, The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development, Dr. Abdul Qadir Muazu, noted that whilst the board will not be involved in the day-to-day running of the agencies, they are expected to provide policy direction.
I wish to remind you that governing boards of parastatals are part-time boards. They are not executive boards. And they are constituted to provide policy direction for achieving the mandates of the various agencies, as provided in their respective acts. The day-to-day running of the agencies rests with the respective management teams of the various agencies. I also wish to remind us that boards are supposed to report directly to the Honorable Minister.
Other dignitaries at the event include one-time Minister of Solid Minerals, Alhaji Sharafa Tunji Ishola, Member of the House of Representatives, Honorable Abdullahi Usman, and President of Nigerian Mining and Geosciences Society, Professor Silas Dada.
The push for adequate data generation is a key mandate of the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development. The understanding is that the first thing an investor wants to know is the occurrence of mineral deposits and their locations. Our next segment on the issues takes a look at what the ministry is doing to make data readily available, especially through the Nigerian Geological Survey Agency.
That information on your fingertips.
The front room of the Nigeria Geological Survey Agency displays several solid mineral samples, evidence of past surveys, storing vital information that should interest investors interested in mining. Why then is it that when the challenges militating against the development of the mining sector are being cited, the non-availability of geoscientific data comes up? What is the true position of Nigeria when it comes to geoscientific data to support mining?
I think I have to correct one impression. It's not really the absence. All these things I've told you have been activities of the Geological Survey providing data. So what we'll rather say is that we've not gotten to the level that we are competitive globally. So we are working towards that. And definitely, one of the areas that we are emphasizing is this generation of data. And one of the challenges we've had in the past is inconsistency of policies. Oftentimes, different administrations have come with their own different areas of preference. It may not be mining, it may be some other place. And because of that, the funding profile for the sector has been very abysmal.
The Nigeria Geological Survey Agency is the body tasked, amongst other things, to provide geoscientific data to support mining activities, a task they have been performing since pre-colonial times. The successes of the NGSA are what gave Nigeria the first boom in solid mineral mining decades ago.
By next year, 2019, the Geological Survey will be a century, that is 100 years old. And Geological Survey was actually instrumental to the discovery of a lot of the minerals that Nigeria depended on pre-independence. That is the tin, the columbite, the gold, the limestone, the coal, and many others. So basically, the Geological Survey was established to ensure that mineral resources of Nigeria are properly captured.
Of truth, The availability of adequate geological data can easily point an investor to where the minerals are deposited. The Ministry of Mines and Steel Development is aware of this fact and is making concerted effort to increase the quality and volume of geological data. But generating geological data is capital intensive and follows a number of processes.
Geological data involves a wide range of activities. Let me start with airborne data. Airborne data involves flying an aircraft at a particular altitude clearance. And within the aircraft, you have sensors that gives you either the density or the conductivity or the magnetic susceptibility of minerals and rocks that are not only on the surface, but are buried deep down the earth. This is one aspect. And of course, after the airborne data, you need to do ground truthing, what we call ground truthing. You need to go and verify whether the anomalies you have seen in the air is represented on ground. Then you can do geophysical surveys.
As part of efforts to indicate Nigeria's readiness to compete in the global mining world, the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development recently retrieved and represented the electromagnetic survey results prepared some years ago. What exactly does this mean, and what added benefit will this add to the Nigerian mining jurisdiction?
The fact that we have secured 26,000 line kilometers of EM data is a move in the right direction, and I am absolutely confident that in the next couple of years we are going to see a deluge of, mining investors, coming to Nigeria to invest based on the EM data. And moreover, EM data is basically a higher resolution information, because we had already done the magnetic, radiometric, and gravity airborne data. But EM data is like getting to the next level of higher resolution that will actually interest a lot of investors, because it properly defines metallic minerals, minerals of high conductivity, and many other minerals that do respond to the signals of EM.
Moving on from the successes recorded with the formal presentation of the airborne electromagnetic survey data to the world, the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development is set to carry out more geoscientific surveys, as well as improve capacity for testing minerals. This, the minister stated while defending the 2018 budget before lawmakers at the National Assembly.
We are interested, and it's a priority issue, to generate qualitative geological data, because what we have now in this electromagnetic survey that we have retrieved gives us information that is definitive. But you still need to do what in geology they call ground truthing. In the areas that you find to be mineral rich, you then need to do drilling and do additional work, and that is what we believe we would focus on.
The Ministry of Mines and Steel Development is not stopping at generating geoscientific data only. It is also putting it in a globally accessible format so that investors can access such data.
We have a website where we have our data domiciled, and the investors are supposed to key into our website. And we also have a portal by the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development. Our own website has a link to that portal. So these are all platforms and avenues where we are increasing our visibility worldwide. Somebody in Canada or Australia can, it's electronic, so somebody in all these mining nations can go to their website, make inquiries. On a daily basis, we receive hundreds of inquiries regarding information we generate on our website, and we respond accordingly.
The availability and accessibility of geoscientific data is what makes the difference between a country blessed with mineral resources and a mining nation. The appeal by the DG of the Geological Survey Agency is for government to sustain its renewed vigor to generate supporting data to turn Nigeria's fortunes around for good.
never really had it so good. So what I would say is that government should keep it up. They should not relent in constantly pushing forward the frontiers of the mining sector. It's true that it has long gestation, which sometimes discourages people. When you tell somebody that you have to invest for 10 years, 15 years before you start seeing the product. Yeah, these are the price we have to pay for us to be where we want to be. If you consider the oil industry, for instance, they had explored the oil for more than 30 years before we had the first oil discovery in 1957. But the only thing we are seeing now are the benefits of the oil. We didn't understand the price that was paid for us to be where we are today in the oil industry. And this is exactly what the government should focus on in the solid mineral sector.
The recent release of the airborne electromagnetic survey results prepared more than a decade ago is proof of the ministry's drive to make qualitative data readily available for both local and foreign investors. With such efforts, it is hoped that Nigeria can begin to compete favorably with renowned mining jurisdictions around the world. The Nigerian Mining and Geosciences Society is our stakeholder of the week. What exactly does this professional body represent in the Nigerian mining industry? Let's find out.
Our core mandate is to develop their capacity.
So I think we are ready to work with the ministry.
Transparency and accountability is being brought into mining.
This is one of the ways we can increase the non-oil export revenues.
Well, NMGS is composed of professionals in all areas of the geosciences. That is what people call earth sciences now. Mineral exploration, petroleum, water resources, geotechnics, engineering, geology, hydrogeology, all kinds. Government is losing money. The mining companies, small and medium, they cannot register because they have to pass through COMEG. You have to know that these people are competent people. So long as that is not done, the ministry is losing money. The country is not moving forward in terms of the development of the mining sector. What the minister is doing now, the two ministers are joining hands together to do a good job. So if they're able to continue that way for maybe this roadmap, we're able to continue along that line for the next 5 years, we may not go back again to the sleep we had. We slept for a long time.
Knowing that trained professionals and experts are passionately interested and are being carried along in the solid mineral sector signifies that the country has the necessary intellectual capacity to move the sector forward. All that is needed, as the president of the NMGS has said, is improved synergy between government and all stakeholders so that all efforts will be harnessed to actualize the nation's diversification agenda. We will now take highlights of events across the mining world. Supply of diamonds is expected to contract by 3.4% to 147 million carats in 2018. This is against consistent increases over the last couple of years and by 11% in 2017. Production is expected to decline from two of the world's top diamond producers. The Democratic Republic of Congo is set to launch new monitoring and tracing mechanisms to overcome the challenges of child labor in cobalt and copper production. Congo is the world's largest producer of cobalt, accounting for more than half of the world's supply. 1/5 of this cobalt is, however, mined by informal miners, some of which are children. Shipments of Coal India Limited have risen 4.8% from last year. There has also been an increase in output for a 7th straight month as power plants increased fuel to renew stockpiles and meet the rising demand for electricity. Leader of the world's biggest miner, Andrew Mackenzie of BHP, has called on all producers and executives from steel-dependent companies to meet with US President Donald Trump to fight the planned increase of import tariff on steel and aluminium. Whereas Trump believes the tariff increase to 25% and 10% for steel and aluminium respectively will safeguard American jobs, industry players believe the impact of the price hike on the auto and oil industries will destroy more jobs than create. As the days go by, we continue to witness the transformation taking place in the solid mineral sector with a strong desire to make mining a big contributor to the nation's economy. Today's edition has been another expose into the activities of the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development in pursuance of this mandate. Do join us same time next week as we go on another amazing journey into the solid mineral sector in Nigeria. Bye for now.
Lift up Nigeria with my voice. I will lift up Nigeria with my voice. I will shout, sing, and speak of all the glories. I will lift up Nigeria with my voice.
Hi, I'm Abiodun Koya. 40 years is a significant milestone in the life of every being. So it is with NTA, the premier television network for the nation and her citizens. The history of Nigeria cannot be complete without acknowledging the role played by NTA. In any case, NTA is one of the very few institutions that can relate that history eloquently. I am a singer, and NTA has partnered with me and others in my profession to bring joy and happiness to millions across the nation and beyond. Here's to wishing NTA a happy 40th anniversary. Long live NTA, long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
I will lift up my country with my voice.
NTA Parliament is a dedicated 24-hour channel that broadcasts the activities of the Nigerian Senate, Federal House of Representatives, and all the 36 state houses of assembly. You can watch NTA Parliament on NTA Star Times DDT platform. NTA Parliament, strengthening Nigeria's democracy.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the You Report link. And be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
Hate speech is not a joke. It incites genocide and crimes against humanity. Most of Africa's civil wars are caused by hate speech from one tribe against another. We don't want it here. The Nigerian government stands firm against hate speech.
Under no conditions whatsoever should we tolerate or excuse or justify hate speech or hateful conduct of any kind, especially where such is illegal.
There's no doubt that the resurgent push for separatism, as well as the rising cases of ethnic and religious disharmony, are all traceable to the growing phenomenon of hate speech.
One nation bound in freedom, peace and unity.
Nigeria, one nation, one people.
This is a public service announcement brought to you by NTA.
I am Adeola Omokibi, and the program you're watching is Sports Real. Keep a date with us.
Fans, they don't understand the rules or the laws of the game.
Hello and welcome to that program of yours on the NTA Sports channel, Knowing Golf.
And thanks for joining us on another edition of Sports Guest on the NTA. My name is Kenem Emma Abodike. Welcome indeed to Saturday Sports Arena on the NTA Sports 24.
It would not be if you continue to just have these vague means of saying these are the yardsticks I want to use.
League Service, a program designed to bring you up to speed with happenings in Nigeria football leagues.
Taxation, that depressing but constant reality on the minds of everyone.
On a particular spot might turn out to be a breeding ground for mosquitoes. Mie Ogi for Dateline 360.
It is
A very good afternoon and welcome to Nationwide Live on the network service of the NTA. I am Ogwa Vivian Onyedibia. We begin with a bit of politics. The controversies surrounding the contemplated tenure elongation for national and state executive members of governing All Progressives Congress APC may have been put to rest. This follows the decision by the progressive governors to respect the constitutions of both the party and that of the nation in respect of elections and tenure of party officials. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo reports.
The governors of the All Progressives Congress met President Muhammadu Buhari Tuesday afternoon for over 1.5 hours in an effort to chart the best way forward for the party following the tenure elongation impasse. The president had advised the stakeholders of the APC that the constitutions of the party and that of the nation be strictly adhered to in respect of the matter which has a tendency to affect the unity of the party. At the end of the crucial meeting, however, no decision was reached, but the governors agreed to widely consult and meet again Tuesday evening amongst themselves. The meeting was held and President Muhammadu Buhari was formally briefed on the outcome Wednesday morning by 5 of the governors. Addressing newsmen shortly after, the governors described the series of meetings held in respect of the tenure elongation issue as fruitful.
All the governors, 24 of the APC governors, were on the same page with Mr. President, that we are going to respect our party constitution, we are going to respect our constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So therefore, we collectively agree that we will have congresses, all level, ward, local government, state, and national.
The issue of Congress and convention does not mean that the previous people who have served this party have done badly, and does not mean that they cannot come back or they cannot recontest. That is not it, but simply saying that their tenure has ended and those who wish to recontest can recontest and can be elected into our party structure. So we were all one as a family, and we're set to go for 2019 election in victory.
The governors, including that of Plateau State, Simon Lalong, who chairs the Special Technical Committee to examine President Muhammadu Buhari's position on tenure elongation, say efforts will now be geared towards a successful convention by the party.
Governors also are meeting with the working committee so that we come up with the convention committee names as well as the timetable of the election.
There's no crisis in APC at all, and we want to use the opportunity to advise the media operatives to stop spreading rumors of crisis in APC. There's no single crisis in APC.
The tenure of the incumbent national and state executive members of the APC ends in June this year. From the State House, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
The Minister of Interior, Abdurrahman Dambazau, says efforts are on to tackle insecurity in parts of Kaduna State and the country. The minister stated this while on a visit to Breningwari community of Kaduna State following reports of armed bandit attacks in the area. Joseph Orok reports.
The insecurity situation in Breningwari community and environs in Kaduna State is said to be on increase in the last 2 years. This is because bandits have continued to kill, maim, and terrorize villagers and visitors to the area. Just last Saturday, a newly wedded couple was kidnapped along Benin-Kwari-Fantua road, while 11 soldiers were also ambushed and killed within the area. The Emir of Benin-Kwari, Malam Jibrin Zubaro Meikwari II, while receiving the Minister of Interior, expressed the hope that the federal government will salvage the situation.
Our people are being killed every day. Even 2 days ago, a team of newly married girl and her relatives were moving. They were stopped. 2 people were killed on the spot, and 9 people were abducted. Your Excellency, this is what is going on every day here. And we felt that we are also human beings and part of Nigeria.
The minister reassured the people of government's determination to tackle the situation.
We're here principally because of the security situation that has been in this area for quite some time. And the federal government has been very, very much concerned about it. Kaduna State as a whole, but in particular, this part of Kaduna State, with the unfortunate loss of lives and destruction of properties by criminals who have made life very difficult for people in this part of the country.
In Benin-Kwari, Kaduna State, Joseph Orok, NTA News.
And still on security, efforts to mop up the nation's capital against criminal elements continue with a periodic success. Well, of recent, such efforts by the FCT Police Command led to the arrest of 40 suspects. Patience Gayok Christopher reports that this was disclosed at a press briefing by FCT Commissioner of Police.
the items recovered from the suspects include 11 vehicles, 3 cutlasses, 8 fabricated locally made pistols, 9 ammunitions, 9 television sets, 1 desktop monitor, 3 knives, among other dangerous items.
2 robbery suspects, Samuel Jato, 22 years old, and Emmanuel Friday, 28 years old, were arrested, sequel to a report that the principal suspect, Samuel Jato, with others now at large, robbed a lady of a Toyota Camry 2007 model and ATM cards with the use to withdraw money from the victim's account. In the course of investigation, Emmanuel Friday was identified as the receiver. His arrest led to the recovery of 6 robbed cars that were sold at Uyo and Port Harcourt.
The FCT Police Commissioner says the command has also arrested members of a house-breaking syndicate that broke into a Redeemed Christian Church of God at Mabushi on February 28. In compliance with IGP's directives, the FCT Police Command will not relent in discharging their duties.
So far, the task force has recovered a total number of 78 guns and 222 live cartridges that were voluntarily submitted. Most of the firearms were voluntarily surrendered to the command headquarters following robust media campaigns and meetings with stakeholders in the 5 police area commands within the FCT.
Some of the suspects speak.
I went to repair my phone at GSM village. So when we are starting with one guy discussing about the phone, because the phone can break to pieces, some boys now came and say we should give them the phone.
Yeah, this motor is not our motor. It's not our motor. They meet me on the way road, the Lube road.
I live in Abuja here before, I wash car before for Abuja here before. Okay. For the resettlement side. For the settlements, and I place at the wash car before. I can't steal one from the car, the man give me the car, they go to the house before. They can't give me the car, I can't carry the car around, go sell the car to marry.
The command called on the general public to always cooperate with the police and report any suspicious activities. In Abuja, Patience Gayok Christopher, NTA News.
The Nigerian Army has described as an online publication alleging that soldiers deployed to exercise Ayema Patuma beat a 27-year-old Yusuf Haruna to death at Mbanga in Sadauna local government area of Taraba State as misleading and untrue. A statement by Director Army Public Relations Texas Chukwu indicates that contrary to the allegation, the deceased was known to be engaged in all forms of criminal activities, which led to his arrest by the troops deployed on exercise Ayema Patuma. It states that the alleged criminal Yusuf escaped from custody while making efforts to hand him over to the police for questioning, only to be alerted by his family that he had died in hospital. The statement adds that the Nigerian Army wishes to caution the media to always cross-check facts and be objective in their reportage of security-related issues. Well, more commitment coming from the Nigerian Air Force to stamp out insurgency in Nigeria. Mohammed is in Maiduguri with details and more. It's over to you, Mohammed.
Thank you, Ogwa, and welcome to Maiduguri. Bama local government area of Borno State, which had been deserted for 4 years due to activities of Boko Haram terrorists, is now back to life with the recent commencement of relocation of the internally displaced persons from the area following its liberation by the Nigerian military. Mohamed Goni takes a look at the once deserted town and its readiness to welcome back its people.
Bama town, the headquarters of Bama local government, has been adjudged to be the worst hit by the insurgency, as it was repeatedly attacked and later occupied by the insurgents as part of their caliphate. The Boko Haram insurgents, however, set the town ablaze and destroyed over 80% of the township as the Nigerian army closed in to liberate the community. Some residents who have been there even before the official relocation say they go about their normal businesses with no fear of the unknown. Almost everything needed on daily basis is being sold at Bama main market, including delicacies, and the traders say they are looking forward to safe return of their brethren. Governor Kashim Shettima, during his visit, directed installation of generators at all poreholes within the township and the fixing of street lights, in addition to other measures taken to provide basic amenities and safeguard lives and the property. With the reconstruction of a substantial number of residential and public structures, as well as putting all security measures in place, the stage is now set for the safe and voluntary return of IDPs. In Bama, the headquarters of Bama local government, Mahmoud Goni, NTA News.
Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Sadiq Baba Abubakar, says the security challenges confronting the Northeast region are not insurmountable, considering the sustained political will of the federal government in eliminating Boko Haram insurgents. The Chief of Air Staff, who was represented by the Air Task Force Commander Operation Lafia Dole, Air Vice Marshal Idi Gamso Lubo, made this assertion when he hosted officers and men of the Nigerian Air Force Maiduguri to a get-together party. Abubakar Mohamed Musa reports.
It has been a practice of the Nigerian Air Force Maiduguri to organize get-together party for officers and men during religious festivities ever since the activities of Boko Haram insurgents heightened in the Northeast region, so as to boost the morale of troops and reflect on success recorded in. Congratulating the airmen and women, representative of the Chief of Air Staff, Air Vice Marshal Idi Gamso Lubo, commended the gallant soldiers for the significant progress made so far in the battlefield, but however charged them to apply more robust offensive against the terrorist group, especially the rescue of the remaining Chibok school girls.
My officers and men have been doing very well in the theater. This was attested by the theater slide that the Chief of the Air Staff instructed that this is time to celebrate.
The Nigerian Air Force, he added, will not compromise its determination of winning the war against terror.
This occasion is not only meant to bring officers and men of the Air Force to wine and dine together, but also to remind them of the great task ahead, which of course is the restoration of lasting peace to northeastern Nigeria. From the Nigerian Air Force base in Maiduguri, Abubakar Muhammad Musa, NTA News.
That's our contribution on Nationwide. It's now back to Ogwa in Abuja.
Thank you, Mohammed. West African countries under the ECOWAS community are coming together to brainstorm on ways of fighting money laundering and terrorism financing in view of its negative effects on the people and economies. To this end, participants from the sub-region are in Abuja, Nigeria for a 3-day conference on the development of effective framework and structure to fight this menace. Dele Atumbi tells us more.
Money and terrorism financing are global issues with attendant effects on the people regardless of age, sex and race. Money laundering, which is one of the fallouts of corruption, has been identified as the bane of development in Africa. This has resulted in lack of good roads, poor healthcare system, falling education standards and poverty in the continent. Going by the heels of this twin evil, on assumption of office, President Muhammadu Buhari left nobody in doubt of his administration's preparedness to fight corruption and terrorism headlong.
At home, we face enormous challenges: insecurity, pervasive corruption, the hitherto unending and seemingly impossible fuel and power shortages are the immediate concerns. We are going to tackle them head-on.
The fight has continued to yield positive results, with the African Union tipping the Nigerian leader to lead its fight against corruption on the continent. As a way of complementing these efforts, the Intergovernmental Action Against Money Laundering in West Africa brings together participants from the region to fashion out more ways of fighting the menace. The target of this conference is the non-profit organizations, which are veritable tools for terrorism financing and money laundering.
Fortunately, lately, we have noticed that those NPOs have been used by terrorists or terrorist organizations in order to raise funds.
Participants are of the view that governments at the sub-region should profile on non-profit organizations to ensure that terrorist groups do not hide under them to continue to perpetrate havoc in the society. The need to curb terrorism financing in view of its negative impact on the people and the society is the pivot for this conference. Terrorism in Nigeria has resulted in the death of many, destruction of property and the means of livelihood of the people. In Abuja, Dele Atumbi, NTA.
Well, if you're just joining us, this is Nationwide on the network service of the NTA. More reports shortly.
Hate speech is not a joke. It incites genocide and crimes against humanity. Most of Africa's civil wars are caused by hate speech from one tribe against another. We don't want it here. The Nigerian government stands firm against hate speech.
Under no conditions whatsoever should we tolerate or excuse or justify hate speech or hateful conduct of any kind, especially where such is illegal.
There's no doubt that the resurgent push for separatism, as well as the rising cases of ethnic and religious disharmony, are all traceable to the growing phenomenon of hate speech.
One nation bound in freedom, peace and unity.
Nigeria, one nation, one people.
This is a public service announcement brought to you by NTA.
Now, you can hold that dream occasion without stress. Horizon Caterers will provide answers to all your catering questions. Exquisite hall designs, mouth-watering and nourishing local and continental cuisine, suitable for all types of ceremonies, including weddings, AGMs, business luncheon, cocktails. Name it, we can bring it. Our chefs and executive waiters give your guests that unforgettable experience in service. Our service covers all states of the Federation. Call us today to book your occasions. 0805-502-9637, 0803-450-9726, 0909-9708-111. Horizon Caterers, experience catering beyond the horizon.
Don't we just love our jolly, easygoing keke riders? But alas, many of them are also worse than a bone in the throat.
I go beat you, give you a gogoro drink.
Troublesome and completely disobedient of traffic laws and other road users. What is responsible for this?
Did you drink this morning before coming out?
6 small shots.
Yes.
The rib-cracking comedy takes a look at a day in a typical keke rider's life. In this episode, titled Anthony Keke.
Keke riders, for crying out loud, always check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Keep a date with us as this episode premieres season 6 and laugh like never before.
Hey, dear, you want fight for woman? Woman will not even like you. It reminds me, I wish I give her 500 naira now. The woman could just give me.
Over and
brought to you by Glow,
the largest data network. Glow Unlimited.
Good to know you're still there. Nationwide continues. The recent Presidential Executive Order 5, with ties around the economic recovery and growth plan of the federal government, is fast becoming a pointer to the development of science and technology and its attendant growth of the economy. Well, in this light, agencies under the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology have set in motion machineries to achieve this goal, and one of such is the Shedder Science and Technology Complex, whose board is visiting the complex to drive home the science growth initiative of the government. Justin Bem tells us more.
This complex has been here with one of its core mandate to carry out research and development activities involving the highest level of technologies available in the world, with a view to strengthening the technological base of the Nigerian economy. The new board now wants to have an on-the-spot information of operations of the complex. The board was at the Nuclear Technology Center, which has a large central workshop equipped to meet electrical and mechanical engineering needs, as well as power supply station capable of generating up to 4.5 megawatts. The expectations are to see a vibrant atmosphere of functioning technologies. But on the contrary, most sections are seen largely inactive. After a critical assessment of the complex, which houses facilities with concentration of sophisticated and modern equipment for research and development involving the highest level of technology in one location, the board members are questioning the moribund state of the facility, where the capacity of the complex, according to them, is not fully harnessed to meet its mandate. This is a reality on ground the board chairman perceives requires urgent attention for resuscitation.
You cannot have such a sensitive and technologically advanced laboratories and they are not functioning. It becomes a white elephant project. And this government is interested in changing the way we look at things, the way we do things in this country.
Given the encouragement, given the funding, we are sure that government can harvest not only the low-hanging fruits, but the high-hanging ones that will take us to being close to what you have in the more developed world.
The visit by the new board is perceived as a trigger to awaken the vision of the complex to provide opportunities for utilizing top-notch technology to contribute to Nigeria's speedy development. In Abuja, Justin Bemunyi, NTA News.
Well, establishment of special courts to fast-track trial and introduction of severe punitive measures are recipes guests on Good Morning Nigeria have listed to end corruption in Nigeria. Lydia Sampson reports that the guests were discussing the list of alleged looters released by government.
With alleged corruption cases since 1973 still not completed, the guests who decried what they call slow judicial process emphasized the need for speedy trials to enable government channel recovered loot to developmental projects. The release of the alleged looters list, they say, is up.
And the issue that we Nigerians must work together to assist in fighting corruption. The whistleblowers had helped a lot in exposing informations, and that also would be part of the issue that you can now give this matter to court. But unfortunately, even the courts are not helping matters. The corruption cases should be treated as fast as possible.
To have a special court, and I hope this court will be guided by reason why we don't have a kind of connivance maybe between the lawyers and the judges to also strangulate the speedy processes of this trial.
Deficit in infrastructure. The Mambila Plateau, President Muhammadu Buhari borrowed $4.8 billion for, was started in 1973 and never took off. If not for corruption, the Mambila hydroelectric power plant could have been completed since then, because it's a power plant that will irrigate thousands of hectares of lands. It's not only going to just provide electricity.
Professor Eitanibi El Lemika, member, Presidential Advisory Committee on Anti-Corruption, however, cautioned government on responding to the opposition on what he called political propaganda.
Looters are trying to drag government into. They may now take this list to court and said, you see, we have not had fair trial. Government has actually tried us in public. They release us as if we are guilty. Our image has been damaged. I think that is their strategy. They are pulling government into their own territory in order to gain sympathy, not just of the citizens, but also of the legal system.
The guests frowned at divisive postures of Nigerians who often view government anti-corruption fight on partisan, ethnic and religious divide. They urge Nigerians to be patriotic and own the anti-corruption fight as a clarion call to right the wrongs in order to move the country forward. In Abuja, Lydia Sampson, NTA News.
Well, Hingino now joins us from Lagos for more reports. Hello, Hingino. Hello, Hingino.
In Lagos. The Nigerian Army says professional training and capacity building of its officers and men towards ensuring operational efficiency in tackling insecurity in the country remains a priority. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai, stated this at the commissioning ceremony of Logistics and Reference Hospital, Yaba, in Lagos. Diana Ajele compiled this report.
The Nigerian Army in securing the territorial integrity of the nation, the Nigerian Army has evolved through an improved capability in carrying out its constitutional duty. Reaffirming its commitment to welfare development, the Nigerian Army has commissioned Army Logistics Students Hostel and a reference military hospital to further enhance operational efficiency.
That anybody that comes in here will go back home in good condition. Amen. Good condition. Amen.
Chief of Army Staff, who was represented by the Chief of Policy and Planning, Major General Rashid Yusuf, said the 36 standard and suite rooms and the renovated reference hospital will help increase the productivity of the officers and men.
This renovation project has involved redesigning, restructuring, and renovation of these old buildings. It is expected that they will be put into proper use and professionally manned by trained personnel of the Nigerian Army Medical Corps.
The students had very serious issues living in this environment before. But good enough with this structure now, I think the students have a more conducive environment for learning.
The Nigerian Army believes that the reference hospital, fully equipped with specialist clinics for surgery, medicine and psychiatry, will offer one-stop medical shop to its personnel with the assistance of competent core medical members.
The long arm of the law has caught up with a 55-year-old man who engages in the adulteration of alcoholic beverages in Lagos. The State Police Command also paraded more than 190 live ammunition recovered from suspects during their reports.
Suspect Benjamin Ojukwu, 55 years old, according to the Lagos State Commissioner of Police, Imoyimi Edgar, was involved in the illegal brewing using chemicals.
We are working closely with NAFDAC to ensure all samples are analyzed and results obtained, after which the suspects will be charged to court and diligently prosecuted.
In another development, the joint operatives of the Federal Special Anti-Robbery Squad and the Lagos State Police Command's Intelligence Unit raided some black spots in Odiolowo, Ajuwon, and Lekki Ajah axis of the state, where some notorious gang of cultists and robbers said to be unleashing terror on innocent citizens were apprehended.
The police will be moving into the second phase of the mop-up of prohibited firearms. And the second phase will include lawful search of all buildings, residences, homes, structures, vessels, anywhere whatsoever that we have credible information that this category of firearms can be recovered.
The State Commissioner of Police, Imoyimi Edgar, advised those in possession of firearms without due license to report to the command immediately for necessary clearance. In Lagos, during NTA News.
Stakeholders in the field of medicine in Nigeria have advocated the inclusion of children and adolescents with autism into mainstream society. This was at a seminar to mark the 2018 Autism Awareness Day in Lagos, celebrated around the world on the 2nd of April every year. Theme for this year is Light It Up Blue and Shine a Light on Autism. Ime Udori compiled this report.
Going from one place to the other, taking care of this child. Another thing is that it's always very difficult to educate them. I couldn't get him in a regular school, so I had to put him in a special school.
That was Mobolaji Ogunaike, mother of a 10-year-old child with autism, sharing her experience about caring for her child. Designated by the United Nations General Assembly resolution, the aim of the observance is to encourage awareness about autism.
Even if you hide the children, people already know that you have this problem. Bring them out.
The seminar therefore examined issues relating to education, treatment, care, skills acquisition, and stigmatization often faced by those living with autism.
and their family members.
Many a time the available schools don't have specific intervention, don't have specific skills to attend to the special and unique need of the children.
If you have an inclusion community where the children have their own special facilities where they can stay, they'll be safe while their parents are at work.
Autism spectrum disorder is described as a global concern and one of the fastest growing developmental disability, and therefore requires the intervention of government and organizations to provide the services and demands of children with autism. To further sensitize the public about the condition, the group organized a walk through some major streets of Lagos.
And that's our contribution from Lagos. Ogwa, it's back to you now for more reports.
Thank you, Hingino. Well, Nigerians are advised to vigorously pursue the path of peaceful coexistence to build a virile nation and consolidate on developmental gains. Talatu Ezirike reports that this was the standpoint of discussants on NTA's Current Affairs program, Tuesday Live.
Peaceful coexistence and national cohesion are amongst identified core values of Nigeria, a multi-ethnic and religious nation that derives strength in her diversity. The nation's founding fathers' vision of one indivisible and progressive nation translated to overall growth with so much respect, tolerance and love for one another.
Event watchers say though Nigeria in time past may have had challenges, these did not affect the bond of unity and respect. There are therefore worries over issues such as violent extremism, hate speech, ethnicity, and social injustice and bias that affect national harmony.
Questions of federal character that deals with entry into universities, for example, or into secondary schools, and you start judging people on different cutoff marks based not on their geography, but on their ethnicity. When you have this kind of thing, it undercuts, it goes directly against the whole basis of that law that set up this nation.
The Nigerian identity was bigger than the discussion of where you're from. Go outside of Nigeria, or you have moments of when we are watching the World Cup. For the first time, those are moments where you see the beauty of diversity, because at that moment, while everyone is gathered, everyone is Nigerian. If we could have more of those moments, as opposed to where are you from, or you should be more, where do you contribute, where do you pay your taxes, and how can you should be able to run from that place.
For some others, it is time for a rethink and building a better Nigeria on the path of true peaceful coexistence and national stability.
Let us see how we can join hands to build this nation, because I see us as Nigerians, regardless of our differences, we have to bring forces together. Where I am weak, you should strengthen me. Where you are weak, I strengthen you from my own strength. So with this, we will be able to progress and make this nation a better nation.
There's so much ignorance, therefore we keep having a lot of violence and that which is standing against peace. So I think the challenge is always coming back to us who are religious leaders, that we should educate our followers on the truth of our faith. And if we do so, we'll find a lot of commonalities that should make Nigeria to advance.
Our problem has to do with our morals, this lack of morals in our society. No matter how educated you are, if you lack morals, it will not produce any effect.
It is quite obvious that Nigerians stand to gain more when united. After all, it is said that united we stand, divided we fall. This many strongly believe is achievable through collective cooperation and inculcating the value for peaceful coexistence and national cohesion in children. Talatu Ezirike, NTA News.
Thank you, Talatu. The Central Bank of Nigeria has affirmed its resolve to establish a quality credit framework to enhance credit delivery and strengthen financial stability, as well as stimulate domestic aggregate demand. This was contained in the 117th communique of the CBN after the Monetary Policy Committee meeting. CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele, while briefing newsmen in Abuja, said the Apex Bank is committed to adopt the unconventional approach of banking to accelerate a credit policy and guidelines, as well as encourage domestic money banks.
The size of credit to the economy and are not very satisfied that credit growth has not been as good as we thought. For instance, between November or December last year till February, the volume of credit has practically plateaued at 16 trillion naira, which we consider very, very low, because we think that for us to really push for growth, then deposit money banks must one way or the other be encouraged to grant credit to those who need credit.
The National Gallery of Art says it is taking adequate steps to document artworks across the country in order to prevent theft and decay. Board members of the gallery made this known at a meeting in Abuja. Oyinaya Kalu Oka tells us more.
A comprehensive value of the Nigerian art and culture gives one a glimpse of the beautiful carvings, poetry, paintings, sculptures, and different forms of glassworks. With more than 2,000 pieces of artworks in its custody, the National Gallery of Art says government is working towards making positive changes in the art world.
There is a need for us to know our artists, the number of artists we have produced in this country. Those that are practicing, those that are dead, we need to know. And the works they are producing, we need to document. Because without that, we won't be able to know our strength in the Committee of Nations.
The need to have a world-class art museum which will attract tourists was emphasized.
It can also be an avenue whereby the federal government can generate revenue.
It's important in cleaning up Nigeria's image. It's important because it's going to bring in lots of tourists.
This is the greatest employer of labor in the whole world. And this is one industry that nobody is useless. Even if you make F9 in school, you can still make an impact.
It was noted that promoting Nigerian artwork is capable of making the country a tourism center. Oyinaya Kalu Oka, NTA News.
It's time for another break. Do stay tuned.
Last place on earth I want to visit.
Welcome to Maiduguri. You're welcome.
We have a quiet place we can sit. We have a lot to talk about.
Yes, my office.
I thought that we had agreed no questions. Would you prefer answers to money?
You call me a beggar when you're a thief. You stole my wife!
You think this place revolves around you? This is our life.
When you're blind, you feel like what you're looking for is out there, but you just can't see it.
Tell you something.
Don't think because you're giving me money that you can come here and talk to me anyhow you like.
The day he chose to abandon school after all the money I spent on him is the day I wash my hands. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Health squarely is a responsibility of both federal, state, and local government. And what we've done is to really sell this idea to the state government.
Whatever we eat can help our organs to work well, can also harass our organs to fail.
We need those hot teas that are brewed with spices.
As a blood donor, I see one of the things that is something that you give hope to another person that is in need.
Hello and welcome to Health Options.
Registration is now open for state and sports clubs to participate with free accommodation and feeding for athletes and officials on the basis of first come, first serve at the first National Grassroots Sports Festival, Sports for All, to discover sport talent, develop future world champions, and rejuvenate sports in Nigeria. Date 19th to 29th of April 2018. Venue, National Stadium, Abuja, packages A and B. This is an opportunity for state governors to mobilize supporters and fans for their state through broadcast sponsorship and for companies to promote their brand. For broadcast sponsorship, contact Angelo Peter I. Elosia, Chairman and Chief Coordinator, or Nick Onyisi. Organizers, Grassroots International Sports Academy and LOP Worldwide Television. Endorsed by the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports Development. Broadcast partner, NTA, the largest television network in Africa.
Thank you for staying tuned. Ngozi in Enugu has the next set of reports.
Thank you, Vivian, and welcome to Enugu Network Center. As part of efforts by the Enugu state government to create centers, develop the rural areas and curb migration, the sum of 1.2 billion naira has been approved for road construction by the State Executive Council. Commissioner for Works, Greg Naji, stated this while briefing journalists on the outcome of a State Executive Council meeting at Government House, Enugu. Ijeoma Uweke has details. Ijeoma Uweke has details.
Of Achiapa Street, located at Doctors of Divine Love Juniorate main entrance gate, Abapanike, construction of Colliery Avenue Road, reconstruction of Ezewani, Apaka, and Isikwato Street, Asata. Others are extension of Nkwinyi, Apugeze, Anambra State Border Road, Oji River, and completion of Oriemene Adoration Ground.
All these roads are starting immediately after the Easter holidays. They are short-term projects and they will be judged and paid as such.
The Executive Council also dissolved the Board of Hotel to enable government execute its plans for upgrading the hotel to meet international standards. Other issues resolved at the meeting, as outlined by the Commissioner for Information, include the setting up of the Drug Control Committee, constitution of Muslim Pilgrims Welfare Board, and a bonus of 20,000 naira each, approved for 104 staff of Enugu Fire Service for discharging their duties effectively. In Enugu, Ijeoma Uweke, NTA News.
The Vice President Southeast Zone of Radio, Television, Theatre and Arts Workers Union of Nigeria, RATAO, Prince Emeka Kalu, has appealed to the federal government to work out an acceptable salary structure for media workers in Nigeria. He was speaking during an interactive section with RATAO members at the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria and Nigerian Television Authority in Enugu. Chinenye has more.
Speaking on the structure, Comrade Emeka Kalu said that media workers are the least paid in the country. He said for any media house to function effectively, salaries of workers should also be adequately packaged to enable them work optimally.
We've already made our presentations to the federal government. It's with them. I think we must achieve to ensure that the media workers are happy.
Enugu State Chairman of RATAO, Comrade Foster Eze, said the essence of the visit was to reconcile aggrieved members to ensure harmony and better working relationships. Vice President Southeast RATAO also led other zonal officials on a courtesy visit to the management of NTA Enugu Network Center, where the zonal director urged staff to be more committed to their jobs.
So my plea, like I will always say in any gathering, is put your best. Let's make our home conducive. We're fighting for the same cause.
The group also interacted with RATAO members in NTA Enugu Network Center who made some ways to improve on the union activities. High points were a presentation of Ratawu constitutions to the zonal directors of the Nigerian Television Authority, Enugu Network Center, and Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria in Enugu. Chinenwoye, NTA News.
Enugu State Police Command says it has so far recovered 148 arms and ammunition during a raid of criminal hideouts in the state. The State Commissioner of Police, Dan Malam Mohammed, made this known while addressing newsmen at the state headquarters in Enugu. Ngozi Silva Teknio was there for NTA News.
The State Commissioner of Police, Dan Malam Mohammed, said the recovery was made in compliance with the directive of the Inspector General of Police, Ibrahim Idris, to command commissioners of police to mop up illegal firearms and light weapons with a view to reducing the proliferation of arms and ammunition in different parts of the country. He said other items recovered include 10 AK, 30 pump-action guns, 36 and 33 locally made double and single-barrel pistols, 3 locally made revolver shotgun, among others. He added that a total of 155 ammunition of different calibers and 206 cartridges were also mopped up in this first phase of the operation.
It's through the effort of our task force who embark on the coding, stop and search, and raiding of criminal hideouts. That is how we recover these arms and ammunition.
Dan Malam Mohammed said the exercise has become imperative due to the security challenges bedeviling the nation in recent times. He therefore warned others still in possession of arms of any kind to voluntarily submit them, as the law would not spare anybody at the end of the exercise. From Enugu, Ngozi Silva Technical, NTA News.
That's all from Enugu Network Center. Is standing by with Sadia as an anchor person with more stories on Nationwide.
Minister of Water Resources Suleiman Adamu Kazaure says federal government will do everything possible to fix and replenish the shrinking Goronyo Dam in order to restore normal water supply for irrigation and domestic purpose. The minister dropped this message of hope while on assessment tour of Goronyo Dam. The report.
For the past 4 months, Goronyo Dam has been drying up without water for irrigation as usual. Minister of Water Resources Engineer Suleiman Adamu Kazaure, who was at the dam to see things for himself, described the catastrophe that has befallen Goronyo Dam as shocking. He attributed the drying up of the dam to climate change and possible poor management of water resources. He regrets the shrinking of the dam and its negative consequence on the economy. The minister said a robust technical committee of experts will be set up to recommend how best to save the dam.
Hydrological patterns change over time, and inshallah things will improve over a couple of years, but then there are certain measures that we must take in future to safeguard again, because if it has happened now, it can happen again. Even if when this dam is replenished, as I hope it will, this same thing will happen sometime in the lifetime of this dam.
Deputy Governor Sokoto State Ahmed Aliyu Sokoto commended federal government for its efforts towards addressing scarcity of water for domestic use occasioned by the continued shrinking of the dam. Managing Director Sokoto Rima River Basin Development Authority Buhari Bature briefed the minister at the dam site and presented an interim report on the problem bedeviling the dam. He said they have taken all necessary measures to save the dam from further drying up.
In an effort to mitigate flood disaster in Kebbi State, Governor Abubakar Atiku Bagudu is mobilizing communities to join government to evacuate drainages before the rainy season. Usman Abdullahi Shehu reports that Governor Bagudu, who went around Birnin Kebbi metropolis to see the situation of drainages, urged the public to complement government efforts through environmental sanitation. The report.
In recent years, Kebbi State has suffered from devastating flood during the rainy season. Many people in the state, especially along the Fadama area, suffered from various forms of flooding, damaging homes and farmlands. To address the issue, Governor Abubakar Atiku Bagudu mobilized people to evacuate drainages through communal effort to ensure free flow of water during the rainy season. The governor, who urged the people to participate in the exercise, said government will continue to support them. He called on community leaders to continue to sensitize the public on the importance of environmental sanitation. The governor, who participated in the exercise, assured its sustainability.
Cleaning your environment is a continuous obligation. It's not a one-off thing. It should be done daily, and community leaders, families, shop owners, businesses, we should imbibe it as a spirit and know that we are responsible for the environment. Otherwise, all of us will pay a price.
The chairman, State Emergency Management Agency, Alhaji Sani Dododo, and the general manager, Kebbi Urban Development Authority, Alhaji Malemi Shekari, commended the collaborative effort. The exercise involves evacuation and fumigation of drainages to reduce mosquito breeding ground. In Breeding Kebbi, Usman Abdullahi Shehu, NTA News.
That's all from this end. Back to Ogwa in Abuja for the continuation of Nationwide. Good evening.
Thank you, Sadia. And for a bit of sports now, when officers and men of the Nigerian Air Force decide to bring their air maneuvering acrobatics to the ground, well then you certainly know there's something at stake to grapple with. Well, what could this be? Olajide Bello says it's a different kind of sport, as he tells us more.
It is called the Nigerian Air Force Inter-Command Combat Sports Competition, designed for personnel to maintain high level of physical fitness, mental alertness and combat readiness in discharging their duties. The importance of physical fitness to a fighting force like the Nigerian Air Force, the Air Chief says, cannot be overemphasized as it remains the cornerstone of military combat readiness.
It is also the basis for good health and physical well-being. Similarly, non-contact sports such as shooting and obstacle crossing encourage personnel to enhance their skills in carrying out assigned tasks and build self-confidence.
The armed forces are those tasked with executing the security architecture think outside the box and be several steps ahead of these merchants of death. Combat readiness through regular physical exercises represents one of the ways to confront the security challenge posed by these elements.
With 650 personnel divided into 7 teams, the Inter-Command Combat Competition is the third in its series and an avenue for the Nigerian Air Force to emphasize that it remains fully committed to successfully execute its constitutional roles of defending the territorial integrity of the nation. From the Godswill Akpabio Stadium, Uyo in Akwa Ibom State, Olajide Bello, NTA News.
And we have more sports updates with Ayodeji Makinde.
Nigeria joined 70 other nations at the colorful opening ceremony of the 21st Commonwealth Games in Gold Coast, Australia, midweek. "4,500 athletes thus begin the chase for the 275 medals at stake in 270 events in 18 sports, including 7 para sports.
For those of you who've travelled across the oceans, across the continent, across the state, we invite you to enjoy your time in our beautiful country.
Curtain will fall on the Games April the 15th. Nigeria Weightlifting Federation will embark on intensive training camp ahead of the 2018 Youth Olympic Games slated for October in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and the African Youth Games, which comes up July in Algiers, Algeria. President of the Federation, Mohamed Yahya, told NTA Sports in Abuja that Nigeria is one of the favorites to shine at both forthcoming competitions.
We are going to put them in a camp so that they may have enough time to train. So that maybe because we are expecting medals from them.
After scoring a brace, including a spectacular overhead kick in Real Madrid's 3-0 victory against Juventus in Turin, Italy, Tuesday, Cristiano Ronaldo became the first player to score in 10 consecutive UEFA Champions League appearances. The Portuguese, a 5-time Ballon d'Or winner, has so far scored 119 goals in the Champions League, having also scored 39 times this season in all competitions. With sports update, Ayodeji Makinde, NTA News.
And on a sad note now, Senate President Abubakar Bukola Saraki has expressed sadness over the death of the senator representing Katsina North, Senator Mustapha Bukar. A statement by the Special Advisor, Media and Publicity, Yusuf Olanionu, indicates that the Senate President described the late Senator Bukar as one who stood out for the quality of his contributions on the floor, his pragmatism, and works to strengthen the institution of the legislature. Senator Saraki, while condoling with the deceased family, the government and people of Katsina State, prayed that Almighty Allah will grant the departed senator a place among the righteous ones in Al-Jannah Firdaus. And that does it on Nationwide. I am Ogwa Vivian Onyedibia. Thank you for watching.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the YouReport link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
Hate speech is not a joke. It incites genocide and crimes against humanity. Most of Africa's civil wars are caused by hate speech from one tribe against another. We don't want it here. The Nigerian government stands firm against hate speech.
Under no conditions whatsoever should we tolerate or excuse or justify hate speech or hateful conduct of any kind, especially where such is illegal.
There's no doubt that the resurgent push for separatism, as well as the rising cases of ethnic and religious disharmony, are all traceable to the growing phenomenon of hate speech.
One nation bound in freedom, peace and unity.
Nigeria, one nation, one people.
This is a public service announcement brought to you by NTA.
I am Adeola Omokibi, and the program you're watching is Sports Real. Keep a date with us.
Fans, they don't understand the rules or the laws of the game.
Hello and welcome to that program of yours on the NTA Sports Channel, Knowing Golf.
And thanks for joining us on another edition of Sports Guests on the NTA. My name is Kenem Emma Abodike. Welcome indeed to Saturday Sports Arena on the NTA Sports 24.
It would not be if we continue to just have these vague means of saying these are the yardsticks I want to use.
League Service, a program designed to bring you up to speed with happenings in Nigerian football leagues.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello and welcome to another edition of the program. From Lagos to Maiduguri, power, works and housing agenda. This program brings to your doorstep the strides of the Muhammadu Buhari administration in the power, works and housing sector of the nation's economy as the move to bridge the infrastructure gap continues towards a sustainable socio-economic development. I am your anchor, Sarah Yeku.
On the program this week, we'll be taking you on a voyage first through the housing sector and what is being done to bridge the annual deficit in the sector by the federal government. Join us after this break for a proper takeoff of today's edition. Don't go away.
We are going to work to ensure that
Welcome back. The federal government said the construction industry is a fundamental part of its efforts aimed at bridging the housing gap for Nigerians. Power Works and Housing Minister Babatunde Fashola disclosed this in Kaduna State while inspecting 80 houses under the construction as part of the National Housing Program. He added that this is a reaffirmation of government's commitment to the welfare of Nigerians and the provision of affordable but quality houses.
The minister, during an inspection to 80 of the houses where construction is ongoing in Kaduna, says that the National Housing Initiative is to bridge the housing deficit in the country. The houses, consisting of 1, 2, and 3-bedroom bungalows, is at 75% completion stage, with indigenous contractors, suppliers, and laborers handling the project.
The first game is to get people to work, to restore people's dignity. We are starting a housing economy. It wasn't here 2 years ago. It's now an ecosystem of activity. Sand, containers, gravel, paint, roofing sheet. That's how economies are built.
Our people are getting a lot of employment. At least it's not a matter of working in the office that gives employment. This gives a lot of employment to people who work every day and you pay them every day. They go happy.
The National Housing Program under the Ministry of Power, Works and Housing will continue to empower the people, develop indigenous capacity in housing delivery, provide decent accommodation to Nigerians, and create millions of jobs nationwide.
Still in the housing sector, the federal government will continue to put in place measures and programs to ensure that Nigerians are gainfully employed. The Minister of Power, Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, made this known after an encounter with one of the workers at the Gwagwalada FT site of the National Housing Program. The minister said activities in the sector would not only boost employment, but the economy. He restated the commitment of the government to providing gainful employment through projects to all Nigerians.
So which one is better, this one or the roadside?
This one is better.
The National Housing Program FCT site in Dupai Gwagwalada Area Council covers 4 hectares of land consisting of 3 condominiums of 3 floors each, with a total of 24 flats and 72 flats for the 3, including roads, electricity and motorized borehole projects. While the minister meets with Fidelis, who is happy about the opportunity to work and earn money, it says the ministry is ensuring that the housing design responds to Nigeria's diverse needs.
The Ministry of Power, Works and Housing has a budget, or the largest budget. This is what happens to that budget. We're just a conduit for moving it on to the people of Nigeria through contracts that are awarded, work that is done, payments that are made, concrete, cement that is mixed, woodwork that is done by carpenters, iron rods that is put together, bound together by laborers. So that's what happens to that budget. This is the destination of the budget.
Project managers say these projects are creating jobs and boosting infrastructural development in Nigeria.
It really helps. You see, there are more than 50, around 60 are working here now. Before, many people do not have work. Now, because of these projects, gives them a chance from surrounding community. They have many work now, and they are happy, living happy now.
As the federal government is at different stages of completing housing construction in 33 states, the minister adds that this would make mass housing more affordable and assist Nigerians own their own homes. For more comments, information and feedback on the program, you can get in touch with us on the social media handles scrolling on your screen. So much for the housing sector. We'll be back after this timeout to X-ray developments in the Ministry of Works. Stay with us.
And frankly, your ministry holds the key. It's not the only thing. You need the infrastructure, you need policies, you need technical skills and all that. But what you have done, and anybody will, nobody needs to know how many megawatts of power we're producing. You experience it. Okay, we know the number of hours we used to be in darkness and the number of hours that they experience in Kano. Most people will tell you they get electricity for 16, 17, 18 hours on the average since you moved in, which is frankly significant progress. And if we as households are experiencing it, I'm hoping that that translates also into more factories, reducing their cost of production, being able to produce.
Welcome back. In the road sector, the federal government has called on stakeholders to respect regulations put in place by the federal government to ensure safe haulage of goods on the roads. This position was made known by President Muhammad Buhari while speaking at a one-day stakeholders forum put together by the Federal Ministry of Power, Works and Housing to address the issue of control of overloading, especially by heavy-duty trucks, by the introduction of an axle road policy. The president's position was reiterated by the Minister of Power, Works and Housing, who also spoke at the same occasion.
The federal government is calling for the support of stakeholders, including Nigerians, on its approval in February 2018 and introduction of an AZU load control policy to regulate the tonnage of load being carried by heavy-duty trucks and tankers nationwide. The presentation of the regulations document to stakeholders at this one-day public enlightenment is necessary to limit the excess traffic loading on the roads and make pavements last longer.
Presently, the haulage of industrial goods, agricultural produce, industrial raw materials, petroleum products, power plant components, and many other industrial equipment required in the manufacturing sector is carried out using the nation's road network. In order to take the full benefits of these projects when finally completed and get value for our investment, we must change our ways. As the head of this government, I've signed up for that change.
Our compliance with these regulations will open a massive door of opportunity and prosperity of cross-border trade to Nigerians who are engaged in road transport business. The way we choose to use the roads when they are finally completed will determine how long they last and whether they deliver prosperity.
Through the construction of way bridges and more, this administration is set to reduce the quantity of loads vehicles carry to avoid road damages.
Regulate road transport by producing the federal highways, control dimensions, weights and axle load of heavy-duty goods, transport vehicles, which has crystallized in the regulation we have just given to all of us. If we don't take out anything from this stakeholders forum, we should take this away. And that means we now know that government is interested in all these complaints you have been laying.
What the law says is that that excess will be overloaded, will be offloaded at the weighbridge station. Then you're going to pay a fine. And the minimum fine, if you're carrying 1 ton above the legal limit, starts from 1 million naira. So it graduates like that till the maximum fine of about 10 million. We are doing it to make the infrastructure last.
The minister believes that road users need to understand that good roads last longer when they are not subjected to overload, which exerts pressure on them and shortens road lifespan.
As part of efforts by the federal government to boost economic activities and interconnectivity between states, the federal government said it will continue to improve on the network of bridges and roads across the country. The plan of this present administration to construct 44 federal highways, 63 roads, including bridges, is to give relief to Nigerians. As projects are approaching completion stage across the country, it is clear that this would connect states, boost transportation of fuel, food, and the import and export of goods, as well as continue to drive the nation's economy.
This government is now rapidly and aggressively addressing the road transport infrastructure repairs, rehabilitation, and construction, as many of you who travel regularly will attest. And I say very, very confidently and proudly that there is no state in Nigeria today where you will not see our contractors busy at work. We are the actors of the change that is required to take us to prosperity.
This workshop provides stakeholders in the works sector an opportunity to deliberate on how to solve problems in the sector.
As we acknowledge and appreciate your good works embarked upon by this administration, I want to assure you of our continued support and loyalty towards every initiative that will improve the safety and sustain the maintenance of roads in the Federation.
We are also here to pledge our support to federal government in all its effort to put Nigerian rules on course, and to also say that we are totally in support of this workshop, and we also want to use this opportunity to commend the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing on this effort, because he has matched his words with action.
The issue of longevity of roads, bridges and culverts put in place all over the country by the federal government is one that has agitated the minds of many Nigerians. But the Ministry of Power, Works and Housing, through its helmsman, Babatunde Fashola, says bridges, roads and culverts will last longer only if Nigerians treat them as their own and not promote or engage in illegal activities around them, especially on bridges.
Illegal sand mining activities had exposed the foundation of the Tamburawa Bridge while endangering the entire structure. In order to sustain the federal government's ongoing project of reinstating and protecting the bridge constructed over the river, stakeholders, including the Kano State government, must stop the illegal activities for the contractor to complete his work in 5 months.
If it continues, it will continue to endanger that bridge in spite of the remedial work. So I'm making this appeal to you, the government and people in Kano, to help us protect this asset.
Like Oliver Twist, the state government and Emirate Council solicit for more and assure the minister that they would support the federal government to ensure a stop to sand mining in Tamburawa River.
Let me, on his behalf, thank you very much for what you have been doing to us. Many federal projects in Kano have been revived under your leadership. We want to also seize the opportunity to actually request for your intervention in quite a number of projects in Kano.
I'd like to assure you of the complete support of the Emirate Council. On Tamburawa, today is the first time I'm hearing this. Usually what we encourage, and he knows, what we encourage them to do is to tell us. If you tell the emir calls the district head. District head calls the village head, and that's it.
The contractor, however, recommends that no mining should take place within 3 kilometers on either side of the bridge, while community members solicit for more of federal government presence in the state.
For more information, comments and feedback, to get in touch with us on any of the social media handles scrolling on your screen. The federal government has given a 2-week ultimatum to the warring communities around the Bodo Boni Road project to resolve their differences with the contractor to ensure that the project continues to make the necessary progress. Power, Works and Housing Minister Babatunde Fashola gave the ultimatum on behalf of the federal government in a meeting with members of the community over the shutdown of the project following recent attacks on the workers of the construction firm.
To get drinking water and other basic amenities, members of Bodo Boni communities have to use canoes across the water, hence the construction of a bridge to ease the stress of doing business. Recent attacks on contractors working in the area resulted in the shutdown of the project. However, the Minister of Works, Power and Housing, Babatunde Raji Fashola, urges Bodo Boni community leaders at this meeting to unite around development and ensure the completion of the project.
But we need to have a position before the end of this week, an MOU of compromise, assuring us that there will be peace in that place, signed by you, agreed to by you, give it to us, and invite the contractor to come back. Otherwise, I will then write a report to Mr. President that it does not seem that this project is ready to go.
One after the other, leaders of Bodo Boni communities expressed their views, laying more emphasis on compensation, while other stakeholders call for peace and successful continuity of the project.
I want all of us, to affirm that we want this road and that we will give a peace a chance.
We faced this attack with the result that we had to withdraw our people on the marches as an immediate effect, because, and let us state this very clearly, we will not accept any threat to our employees.
We want to know. We want to make an input. If they are going to deny our people of their traditional occupational skills, we want to know what mitigative measures to accommodate our people. That's what we want to know.
The Minister of State for Power Works and Housing says delaying the project and remobilization to reopen it will incur unplanned costs.
As we eat the home stretch, let us take this break before we go to the developments in the power sector. In the power sector, the federal government is ramping up efforts aimed at broadening the nation's energy mix with the introduction of renewable energy into the mix, especially to target areas with large concentration of businesses like the Sabongari market in Kano State, the Sura market in Lagos, and the Ariara main market. The government has introduced solar-powered electricity plants to ensure that business activities go on without power-related hindrances. The move is described as a game-changer by business owners in the 3 locations.
The nation's power mix is composed mainly of the hydropower plants and the thermal plants, but these are subject to seasonal changes in respect of hydropower plants and supply chain issues in relation to gas. These have prompted observers to call on the federal government to look into the use of renewable energy as an alternative, especially for small businesses and areas where there is a concentration of business activities around the country. Minister of Power Works and Housing Babatunde Falshola, who had an on-the-spot assessment at one of the 3 sites chosen for the project, the Sabongeri market in Kano, said the aim of the federal government is to ensure that businesses go on without let or hindrance.
It's really a coming together of opportunities, and this is what this government is about: supporting businesses, ease of doing business, dedicating attention to small and medium-scale businesses, because those are the drivers of GDP. So you will see from one of the customers I spoke to, he was spending about 2,000 thereabout a week on 5 hours electricity. He's now getting 10 hours electricity for half of that price. That is money in his pocket.
He had an encounter with a business owner in the market who attested to the efficacy of the model put in place by the federal government to address power access issues in the market.
Before I was using my solar generator, I always put 500 naira a day. Then the solar pump now, they are bringing up 1,000 naira a week, so we benefit it. Then our customer will come inside and see our goods very clearly. And I have one pump that will give me pressure so that we give me please, so that I will stay outside.
For others involved in the project, it's an ongoing process that will change the game for business owners in the market, such targeted places for development.
On the systems level, we're similarly capturing how power is being generated, used across the whole portfolio of systems. But then very soon we'll also, on a meter-by-meter level, be displaying this here as well. And for each customer right now, they can, in a mobile app, see how much energy they've used, how much they have left, based on what they've used.
The task given to us is to go into the Sabongari market, because government wants to power all the markets. Sabongari market is one of the pilot projects.
In Shomolu, Sura, both in Lagos State, and the Ariara main market in Abia State, the story is not so different from what the traders in Sabongari market are experiencing.
Even when we are given light, I'll still spend like 12,000 naira diesel daily. You know, without light, all what we are making in the kitchen may go sour. So we don't even have choice rather than to buy the diesel, no matter how expensive the diesel is or not.
One of the major issues that is making the occupancy ratio
in Sura to be less than 50% today is because of electricity. We have had to rely on generator. All the quadrangles have not less than 8-10 generators.
In this medicine line, we have injection and all the rest of them. Putting it in a fridge is more preservable than keeping it on the counter. So light is good.
The initiative, according to the traders, is one that will not only affect their bottom line, that will also ensure that they are healthier in the long run.
The mini plant, it's a 22 kilowatt gas power generator. A mobile unit. It has about 6 weeks worth of CNG enclosed in a small 20-foot container. So that container, accompanied by the gen, will actually run the market for 6 weeks continuously without having to change out. And it's going well. We've connected about 24 shops to that. They're enjoying the light, and everybody seems pleased.
Customers coming in now, they feel more comfortable. We entertain them with AC, fan, and music. At least there's light for all that now. And the noise, I don't get to hear much of that noise anymore.
While the traders in the markets enjoy the measures put in place by the federal government to help in easing the burdens of day-to-day business activities, efforts aimed at expanding the energy mix and bring incremental, steady and uninterrupted power supply to all Nigerians continues apace.
As part of its multi-pronged approach to the issue of available power to all Nigerians, the federal government has called on Nigerians to adopt the whistleblower policy by ensuring that the phenomenon of power theft becomes a thing of the past by reporting such acts to the appropriate authorities. This, according to the Minister of Power, Works and Housing, will help in ensuring that power is made available to only those who pay for it.
The minister says the new meter regulatory framework is part of federal government's efforts to minimize meter bypassing, while calling on Nigerians to whistleblow to curb energy theft in the country.
This will persist until we can solve them, but we work to isolate the problem. Diagnosis is critical to problem solving, so we know where the problem is.
In order to resolve the issue of meter bypassing, policing of meters is another strategy that will be employed.
This goes through the procurement process. And the reason why they have to go through a procurement process is to make sure that customers who will eventually pay for these meters actually pay a transparent and efficient cost for the meter.
According to the Minister of Power, Works and Housing, Babatunde Raji Fashola, the good news is that energy theft is no longer going to be a challenge, as the President Buhari-led administration, through the ministry's regulatory and recovery programs, is committed to delivering quality service to Nigerians.
That's it on this week's edition of the program. Let's continue the conversation on any of the social media handles scrolling on your screen, like our page on Facebook at From Lagos to Maiduguri/Facebook. Just before we go, take ownership of government infrastructure projects around you and ensure that they are not subject to abuse. Be an agent of change. Pay your tax to continue to advance the infrastructure agenda of the Buhari administration. Thank you so much for watching. Join us again next week. I am your anchor, Sarah Yeku. Bye for now.
We are going to work to ensure that
I'm honored and proud to have served in NTA. I'm proud to have served under Professor Jerry Ghana, who was my minister at the time. I had a wonderful time there. I met some wonderful people. Before I joined NTA, I remembered NTA for production. NTA had a monopoly for television, and they had the greatest productions in Nigeria at the time. There was a Village Headmaster, Kokra Dawn, Peter Igor, Jabadu, Village Headmaster, and so on and so forth, with Newsline, Franco Lise, and you produce some incredible people. And that was what I remembered. That was what I remembered before I became Director General. When I became Director General, I wanted to now save a lot of that material. But to my surprise, all that material was destroyed, and it really broke my heart. And then when I was there, I asked Peter to put together a documentary on the Nigerian Civil War because there were no records of the Civil War.
Even the then executive director program.
Yes, yeah, Peter, yeah, and he did a fantastic job. And I worked with the late Jimmy Ate, he was my best friend, and had the utmost respect for him. You know, when we did the elections in 2003, every single political party wrote us a letter congratulating us for giving every single political party equal coverage. Not once did we not cover a political party because they were opposed to PDP at the time. And I think that was the strength of NTA. We gave everybody equal time.
Nigeria with my voice. I will lift up Nigeria with my voice. I will shout, sing, and speak